call this meeting to order on August 24th. Good morning to everybody and welcome back. And I'm excited to be here and see all of you. I missed you. So anyway, this is a board advance. So even though it's a regularly scheduled meeting, it's a little different than our typical board meetings. And I think Craig and I were talking about the word advance also. Should I talk into the microphone, Jeff? Sorry. Board advance is the advance, so we're thinking about what's coming up for the coming year. So those are some of the topics that we'll be discussing. And as we continue with the meeting, just like we have in previous board advances, we have some discussion topics. We might be inviting audience members to talk about the topics with us. We'll let you know when that comes. And Craig kicked off the school year with the staff on the day before the first day of school, and he gave a talk and showed some videos about kindness being the theme for the year. So we'll role model that in our board meetings while we're still sticking to our protocol. So Craig and I are actually sharing this mic today, so we'll be role modeling sharing, I guess, too. And then also for just the flow of the meeting, I think if it's good, we'll take a 5-minute break around 10. But otherwise, since this is a little bit more of an informal meeting, feel free to take a break whenever you need it. So take 5 minutes at 10, and then a lunch break. Does that work for the board members? And does that sound good? Okay. All right. So I think that's good. So flag salute. Start with the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, board agenda approval. Should I do a motion for that?
No, we can just
Okay.
see if there's any.
Yeah, any changes, Phyllis, Kristen, Liang, to the agenda? Okay. So we'll do the agenda as is. Do we have any comments from employee where is Renee here? Oh, okay, hi. Do we have any comments from employee organizations? Okay. And I forgot to announce this. Oh, and since I'm back and it's been a while, if I'm forgetting anything, fellow board members, feel free to do point of order. But we have these iPads here. The agenda is loaded onto those, so they're right here at the corner. If anybody wants to follow along on the agenda, feel free to grab one of the iPads. Public comments, do we have any today, Renee? No public comments, okay. So we'll move to the consent items. May I have a motion?
I move that we approve the consent items.
May I have a second?
I second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes 4-0-1. Okay, so next item, 5.1, review and recommitment to board governance agreements and protocol. I think Craig is going to talk about this item a little bit, but we're just going to take this time to look over the protocols. And do we have a physical copy of them? Because we were going to read them.
Did we make hard copies of it? No. Here. Just what's online.
Okay, okay.
We can put them up if you.
Okay, so we're just going to take maybe a minute or two to read the protocols and maybe give you 2 minutes, and then we'll just go through and see if there's any areas that we think we might want to discuss. Otherwise, we'll just, we're not really taking any action on this, but we'll go forward with these protocols as is. So, does everyone have access to the, Liang, do you have
Renee is
access?
going to make some hard copies for folks, make sure.
Oh,
everybody
okay,
has
great,
them, yeah.
okay. So you have access to read them, Liang, on your,
This is on the agenda. right?
yes, on the agenda, yeah. Okay, so yeah, just take 2 minutes to look them over and. Okay, so maybe we'll just go through them.
Actually, we had said that we were kind of trying to keep it brief.
Yeah, I meant like a group, the first page. Go through, is that okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. So does anyone have anything on the first page that they want to talk about? Phyllis?
Just the first bullet, continue the Friday memo.
Yeah.
I really like the Friday memo, so I just want to put that out there. I'd like us to continue it. I know it's a burden for Craig and for the staff, but I like it.
Anyone else?
So the school visit, we said we are going to revisit the policy on, right?
Yeah.
So I think last time Craig said in his old school district, board members visit school sites unannounced, which is okay. I think other school districts do that. However, it hasn't been the protocol here, so the principals didn't feel comfortable with that. So I'm just wondering, have you gotten feedback from them?
I have gotten some feedback, and I think that in general, the principals feel like they would prefer that it get coordinated through Renee and superintendent's office, and that teachers have requested that as well. And in fact, I've been doing dropping off at schools myself, just dropping in, and even there, people feel like it'd be nice if they had more of a warning and let them know when I'm doing that. So at this point, I just think that people do prefer that it be scheduled through the office, if at all possible.
So I don't know if we should do it now, or maybe Craig and I can do it and then bring it back. But there's a couple things like on the ongoing communication where it says Tuesday pre-board meetings continue current and revisit in January, and then where we change the board meetings already to third. There's a couple of things we've done already, so we could update this to.
Take them out.
Yeah, take
Yeah.
out, like, even the one Liang mentioned, like, that we were gonna revisit the visits, we just did revisit it, so we can
Right,
take those out, right?
Yeah, exactly, and things like that now, actually, because every time we have an advance, I feel like we should quickly review to remember our protocol, and anytime we want to change them, we change them. So we don't need to pull it specifically to say that, because that's why we bring them. If we ever need to add to them, change them, or anything, we can do that.
So we'll take out some of the ones that we've already changed.
I just have one more comment about the board member visits.
Yeah,
I think it's perfectly appropriate, Craig, for you to drop in on a school anytime you want, or your staff. I don't think it's appropriate for board members to do that. I think it's polite for us to let them know that we're coming. And having been a principal, I appreciated knowing when board members were coming, because principals want their time to be free. And if a board member just drops in and the principal's busy or doing something else, or even maybe not there. So I would like to keep the protocol of working through Renee.
I guess the situation had come up is, for example, a teacher would like me to visit school because she's teaching something that she really was excited about. And then the principal happened to not be available at the time. But this was when we had the policy that principal has to accompany the board member all the time when we're on campus. So I guess since I got invited, I could notify the principal, and then principal doesn't have to be with me all the time as long as I'm escorted by a member of the staff. So maybe that makes more sense. For example, another case was, I think we want to visit a makerspace in one of the elementary school. And actually a friend of mine wants to visit, and then I contacted a parent who happened to work in the makerspace, and then she welcomed us to visit, but at the end, my friend can visit, I cannot, because the principal was not available to escort me. So that make it very awkward. So I think it probably should be, as long as a member of the staff invites a board member, then we notify the principal. The principal doesn't have to be accompanying the board member.
Yeah,
It's not clear there, yeah.
So this is speaking to role as board and governance. If, in the example you're giving, you're attending as a community member, that a teacher might be asking a community member, maybe asking a community member to attend, in which case they would follow the normal protocol for teachers involving a community member. That's different from your role as a board member,
So
right?
I can attend as a community member? Is there such a distinction? I didn't know.
Well, what I'm saying is, if a teacher is inviting you, not because you're a board member, but because that's something that teacher does on a regular basis, to invite people from, parents to come in, that's a different thing. That's not, you're not going there in a role, and you're not walking around the school, you're not just
Oh,
dropping
yeah.
in, you're not, nobody has to host you, that's
Oh,
the teacher.
okay.
And they do have protocol, you can't just drop in on a teacher.
Yeah,
You,
of course.
there's a protocol for it, so she would, or he would follow that protocol with the school to make that happen.
So the teacher will follow whatever she usually follows for that school for a community member to visit. And then it's okay for me to visit in that situation. That's good to know, yeah.
I disagree. I think you're always a board member.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I kind of feel it's odd.
So just to respectfully disagree, there are many, many times as board member where you have certain, that you don't give up the right to certain things, lots of different things, right? Politically and otherwise, that we do not dictate for you what you can and can't do, and you have certain rights. And we have to be careful about saying that when you become a board member, you lose all sorts of different rights that community members get to have. So I think we have to be careful about those, where those lines are. And I get that this is can create a gray area, but to say that a board member, when becoming a board member, like if you have a child in the school, you don't give up your right to advocate for your child, right? Just because you're a board member, you get to, in fact, you have to do that. That's your job as a parent. So we have to use judgment. I do agree with that, but I would be really careful about hamstringing any board member from their basic rights as parents, as community members, or.
So if a teacher from XYZ school reaches out to Liang and says, I'm doing great things in my classroom, come see, they are reaching out to Liang because she's a board member. There's no other reason.
I
They
kind
don't know
of
who
agree
Liang
with
Chow
Phyllis.
is. It's not her kid's school, right?
Right, no, but that's a different thing. And I think in all those cases, the protocol for a teacher anyway would be to say to the principal, I'm going to do this. That's why I'm saying you have to follow a protocol. It's not just you get to show up because the teacher asked that. And I think as a board member, you'd be wise, you're not required, but you'd be wise anyway to say to me, Renee, hey, I had a teacher ask this, just know I'm going not as a board member, et cetera, but I was asked to do it. We would make sure that the principal knows just in case. And so, I don't think we have to get overly scripted on it, right? Our job is to pay attention to what's the concern people have at schools with board members just dropping by unannounced and them feeling surprised by it. So we're just trying to make sure that doesn't happen, and we want to make sure you're not crossing a line of your role and responsibility by thinking that your job is to work directly at the site level, directly with the teacher. That's not what we do. That's not.
Yeah, I agree with Phyllis. I think once I'm on a school site, even if someone invited me as personal friend, but I would be thinking about how, as a board, anyway. Even so, I'm a board member, whether I'm invited as community member or not, and maybe that feedback I would bring to the board meeting. This program is great. So even though I learned about the program through personal contact, so it's a fine line. But then I agree that, yeah, maybe so when we are invited like that, the teacher should follow whatever protocol they have at the school, and then I should notify the principal and you.
Well, and Liang, just to clarify what the protocol says, under board member visit schools, it doesn't say the principal has to walk around or that you need to contact the principal. It says arrange with the superintendent's office, right?
That's where it's weird. If it's invited by a member of the staff to visit, then I would be notifying the superintendent and the principal, not arranging it through.
So,
So,
can I have some input
Yeah.
here?
Yes.
So, I think here right now we are talking about is a board protocol. So, what it defined here is the role for the board member, but for yourself or myself, like every time when you come to the school visit, you have to ask yourself, you're a parent or you're the board member for this visit. For example, if I'm drop off my kids, I'm drop off as a parent. It's just a common sense. Or if there is a PTA thing happening in Lincoln, and I'm there as a parent. I'm not there as a school board member, and I wouldn't come on and bring it out on the board meeting and saying, hey, what I heard from PTA, Lincoln PTA, that's just a common sense. So I both see Phyllis and Craig's point, but I mean, like for us ourselves, I think you have to ask yourself, what's the role when you have that school visit? You are the board member or you are community member or parent. It's just pretty simple.
but I mean, because this protocol does say arrange with superintendent's office, but then what we were talking about earlier was that it's possible if we arrange it with a staff member and the staff member follow whatever protocol they have for the school site, then all I need to do is to notify the superintendent and the principal that there is such visit. So I don't have to arrange it through. So there is a distinction which one I should follow.
But are you doing the visit as a board member or as a community member?
I think, for example, I'm interested in STEAM education. I do volunteer in others, like in Santa Clara schools. I tend to try to stay out of Cupertino Union. But for example, if someone's doing something interesting for STEAM or makerspace, I would want to visit. So am I
That
visiting
is-
as a personal interest? But then that's partly board also, right?
Yeah, but no,
So-
I don't think that's personal interest. In that case, I agree that you are serving in a board capacity if that's what you're trying to do. That, what I heard you say is if somebody reaches out to you to invite you to go, that's different from you saying, I have an interest in going and doing. As soon as you say that, I say, no, that you do arrange through us. We will talk to the principal, and then we might have the principal work with you because you are instigating wanting to do that, which is fine to do, so it would go through us. But the example you gave was they reach out to you, they ask, will you come do? And I'm saying if they're asking you as a community member, a parent or whatever, that's one thing. But if there's any sense that, yeah, this is kind of more as a board member, yeah, you would arrange it through us. And frankly, they would do that too. The truth is, the principal and teacher are generally going to, when that happens, they are going to let me know because they know they should do that anyway
Yeah,
in that
okay.
situation.
Okay, yeah. I guess it's easier right now because it doesn't say the principal has to accompany the board member. So the principal can decide whether she wants, whether that's the case or not. Yeah.
And it might be appropriate in the case of an invitation from a teacher for the board member to say to the teacher, have you checked with your principal? Does he or she know I'm coming? I think that would be an appropriate question to ask.
Do we need to add that to the protocol?
Oh, I don't think so.
Okay. Common sense, like Kristen said. Okay. So on page 2, does anybody have anything?
I just have a question. Is the president, is this where are the president and vice president continuing to meet with the union leadership? Is that happening?
Yeah, we are.
Okay. And is that productive?
Yeah, it's nice, and they expressed a interest in, maybe Craig being there, so I asked, and Craig also expressed an interest. So last time, Kristen and I went with Craig, and we met with the union leadership. So I think it's productive in terms of just keeping up a relationship. Otherwise, we never see them face to face. So it's been nice, I think, and we're scheduling the next one at the end of September. And then Kristen and I have been meeting regularly with CEF as well. So, any other? Since no one gives us praise, I'll just do it. But I think we worked hard on these protocols, and I think we're doing a good job of trying to adhere to them. So thank you.
So I think the wording we are going to take out until 2018 and then revisit.
Yeah, the items that
Right.
talk about revisiting
Right.
and and then next year, were you suggesting at every board advance the board should look at the protocols, or once a year?
I think whenever we do an advance, it would be good to at least include them. I don't know that we need it as an agenda item, but we probably at least attach it there so that we're remembering and we can reference it. And anytime somebody feels like we need to revisit, they should say so.
Okay, any other?
I just have one more question
Yeah.
about year at a glance.
Yeah.
Where do we find that? Is it on the website? Do I have a paper copy somewhere that I've lost? I don't know where to find the year at a glance.
It's attached to the agenda under,
Every
Future
time.
Future.
under.
Every
no-
time.
Every
Okay.
time,
All
yeah.
right. Thank you.
And it is updated, so regularly with whatever's coming
New.
up. So, yeah,
Yeah.
so take a look at that.
So there is an item that says discontinue office hours. Should we just strike that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'll make edits so that the next time we see this, it won't be, it was under,
It's under, it's the first thing.
The one there.
Yeah, I
The-
will go through all the ones that are obsolete and just take them out, but I appreciate any that you see. And we don't need to do it here. You can just let me know if you saw one that you think should come out. That'd be great.
So are you going to bring it back after the update version, or you're just send us the memo?
I'll probably bring it back at the next advance
Okay.
with the changes on it, and we'll attach it.
So next quarter. Okay.
Is that all right?
So there is an item.
I feel at a time probably around the election. So I mean, like, I don't know if you want to bring it back because it's almost the end of our turn. So I don't know if you want to bring it back earlier or make it later.
For purposes of a new board, is that what you're thinking? Yeah, so I am meeting individually with each candidate between now and then and putting together some material. One of them will be this for them, if that's what you mean. So they will get this revised version as part of their packet that they'll have. Yeah.
But should new board members have input into this before next summer's advance?
Yeah,
Or-
they will be part of the winter advance, or what do we?
Whenever we revisit
Yeah,
this,
whenever.
January,
Yeah, because we
whenever
do
it is.
several a year, right?
Yeah.
So whenever we have an advance of any kind.
We
I'm
will- okay.
Suggesting we always have
Yeah,
it there as
yeah.
part of it, yeah. And then, yes, they will have a chance to do that.
So the next item is 5.2, annual goals and priorities with special focus on strategic planning. And I think Craig is going to lead this whole section, but I think we should just keep in mind that there might be some topics introduced today that we won't be able to flesh out the whole topic in full. It'll be things that we're going to have a continuing conversation throughout the year. So we might get timed out of some conversations, but we'll revisit those in future board meetings. You want to take it, Craig? Or
Yes,
whoever?
yeah, so this is actually going to be, my whole team is going to lead this. There is an EC member in conjunction with me that will give an update on each of the goals, I'm sorry, the priorities that we set for last year. and then give an update on, just a quick reminder of accomplishments, because we already went through that at the end of last year with you all when we reviewed our successes for the year and challenges. So we're going to do that. We will then address the some challenges and opportunities that came from last year, and then give a quick sort of State of the Union and update on where we're headed from here. Once we do that, the board will engage in a conversation about that, including your views of what does success look like this year, so that we can start developing our new priorities, or tweak them, or leave them as they are if we feel like we should just leave it for the year, remembering that all along we're working on our strategic plan all year, so this will be a slightly different process next year once you have a strategic plan in place. So we're just going to go through one at a time and do that. As a part of the goal number 5, which is to complete the strategic plan, essentially, we will actually do a longer version of that and engage in an exercise around a portrait of a graduate and a learner, which is something we did with the all management team 3 weeks ago, something like that. After you've done that exact same exercise that we did with them, we want to compare, well, where did management land with it, and what did we do today, and just take a look at similarities and differences as a first step in what is a year-long process of designing the strategic plan. Okay, so that's just giving you a little sense of where we're headed right now. Is there anything, did I miss anything in that, team? Does that sound right? Okay, so with that, I think we're just going to start off with board priority number 1, and which was to maintain a keen focus on ensuring student academic success and development of the whole child, to include realigning CUSD organizational structures and systems. And as you know, this originally was written only as a priority that was about reorganizing the instructional team in a way such that the entire organization is included in and focused on student learning as what we do, and that there's no mistake about that. Everything that we do in our strategic plan or elsewise has to be focused on student success, student learning, not just academic, but also social, emotional, psychological well-being, and physical fitness of our kids. So with that in mind, we're going to run through this one. I think you're starting us off, and then you're jumping in, right? Okay.
So, yeah, we spent the last year as kind of a reminder. It really was a long process as we were looking at our staffing and our, specifically our instructional services department. And so really we had spent a year going through change prior to that and finding out what do we really need to focus on our students and our sites. And so our first step was we did bring back the Educational Services Associate SOUP. So that's when Allison joined us, and really spent last year building what that team would look like moving forward. That did include revamping what we had currently as support at the upper management with the directors. We now have our directors fully focused on that instructional leadership and innovations. We have those on board now. They've been doing their planning. With that, we also took a look at how are we better supporting the sites with the coaching model. We shared last year how we'd kind of ebbed and flowed as we went through the Common Core. We had really amped up what was being provided from the Instructional Services Department. As that spread out onto the sites, we've realized that more of the resources need to be specifically focused on the sites. And so the instructional model that is being developed, it's in process. A lot of collaboration with the principals, with Allison's team, looking at how we can best support those sites moving forward. And then everything that we do, we align it, how do we best support the principals, the schools, and the students. And so the principals have been a huge part of that. Their staff are a huge part of it. It is still an ongoing process that we have, but I think that the sites know that each specific one is 25, has their own sense of culture, but they also need some specific supports, and that's all provided by the Ed Services.
Okay, so we have been having so much fun getting started this school year. It's such an excellent team, and we've been diving right into our challenges and opportunities for the year ahead. We are focused on building a culture of innovation and collaboration. And you know, one thing I see in talking to different team members and making school visits is that this is not a new idea. We have had many times in the district where people remember a feeling of collaboration and innovation. And so our challenge is really taking all that strong history and bringing it to the forefront this year and thinking about what we mean by innovation and collaboration at this moment in time in our district. So a big piece of that has been for our team to begin connecting together and also with our teachers and our principals around, who are we as an Ed Services team? What are we about? How will we work together in support of an environment of, collaboration and innovation? So we have been digging into some of those foundational discussions about what guiding principles we want to have in place as our anchors, how we'll work together, and what we'll prioritize. Our department is busy with lots of different things that need to be done. So another challenge is taking that very long list of tasks and things that need to happen and knowing the areas that are high leverage focus areas for us, and then also knowing the tasks that need to be done just as a matter of business and sorting that out in our minds together. Where will we put our big energy and focus in order to move forward for our students, and how will we divide tasks to make sure all the other things get done at the same time. And I'll share with you a little piece of some of that work as we go forward. And we have such an excellent team of school principals. And last year, this work was started around building their instructional leadership capacity. And I feel very excited about this part of our work. We've been talking with the principals and thinking about how we'll arrange our meeting time. Principals are so very busy with many tasks, and so our challenge is to help create that space for them to reflect and collaborate and take risks. I'm too far away from the mic, sorry. Yeah, so in addition to that, we know that our teachers need to feel supported in making decisions about what their students need. So we're committed to increasing flexibility for teachers and honoring their professional decision-making as they work with their students and use the pieces that we're coordinating, but use those pieces in flexible ways as they see what their students need. So we've been talking about this idea of guiding principles, and it says draft because part of our commitment is working with our principals and teachers to kind of test out this thinking. So we've been checking in with the principals and getting some great feedback, and our next step will be to check in with the school sites about this question of how will we work as an Ed Services team and what are we all about. So we have a longer document that we've been using with them to really clarify what we mean by these things, but in essence, we've been talking about the importance of really listening and leading from an empathy lens, and also being flexible. We know that our role is coordination, and it's also to be responsive to the variety of needs and the different cultures and contexts that are at play at each site. So really understanding before we go after any kind of solution. We've also been talking about that essential piece of really being committed to every child's success and keeping each and every student at the forefront of our discussions. Can you hear me okay? Yeah, okay. We have a lot of great resources around student data, and we want to bring that to the forefront as well, to make sure that we're grounding our thinking in what we know about how our students are doing. We want to, as part of that spirit of innovation, we want to be able to cultivate what we call a growth mindset. So this is just knowing that if we're going to take risks and try new things, we want to be sure that we create space to do that. And some things are very linear, and we go step by step to get to our solution, and other things require big thinking and collaborative discussions and messier conversations, and to balance those two things so that we can achieve the best for our students. The other piece is that we want to model good teaching practices and ways of operating, the things that we want for our students and staff as a team. We want to model those in all of our interactions as we plan our agendas and think about how to set up our conversations. So the other piece of getting centered on who we are this year, in addition to the guiding principles, is taking all those different things that we're working on, the things that are already happening, all of the good work that's already in the mix for this year, all of those daily tasks, as well as our stretch areas that we know we want to work on this year. And we challenged ourselves to put those things into kind of what we called buckets of focus. You know, what are we really going after this year, so that as we're going through our work, we can anchor ourselves in these ideas and monitor our progress along the way. And these are the 3 areas that emerged through that discussion. The first one is building a system of supports to ensure each child's academic success and social emotional development. So a piece of this is our work in multi-tiered systems of support, and it's also the reorganization of our department. We are a support to our school sites and how we operate. We don't want to be the bulldozer department that pushes everything down. We want to be a coordination element and a support that lifts up innovation and collaboration from the school sites. The second piece is about integrating instructional strategies, technology tools, and programs to personalize learning for students. And this includes things like our work in writing workshop, for example, and many other things that get at the heart of meeting each child's needs. The third piece is using data, collaborative inquiry, and the accordion process as methods to identify successes and challenges, foster creative outcomes, and inform decisions. So this is a process commitment that gets to that piece around collaboration. So our work in strategic planning will fall in this area, as well as we have some other challenges and opportunities ahead this year. Anytime we're looking at a curriculum adoption, for example, really attending to that process of engagement and working together. We have been organizing ourselves into teams to tackle the work that is already happening and the work that's coming next. And there are so many things already happening, things that were in the works from last year that we want to keep going. So our first team is the Keep the Momentum team. Keep everything going and keep it rolling forward on all of this good work that's already in play. So that includes things like Reader's Workshop and the Reading Pilot and the other things that are listed here. And then we have some new focus areas this year that are kind of launching off the conversations that happened last school year. And those are our work in MTSS and STEAM and Cooperdoodle. And we have our directors. I know many of them are here today, behind me here. I hope everybody's had a chance to meet them. So we are kind of organized around these areas as a way to support the work at the school sites and guide our thinking across these different areas. Okay, so that's our quick summary of where we are at the moment, and I'm wondering how that sounds to you, what's on your mind as we continue to get ready for the work ahead this school year, and what you'd like us to be thinking about.
Thank you, Allison. Any clarifying questions for Allison? Phyllis?
What we've been hearing the last couple of years or 3 years from the teachers is that it's been too much, too fast. We implemented a lot of new things over the last few years and a lot of professional development that maybe, I don't know this, but maybe we didn't really give them the time to implement and absorb and figure out in their own creative ways how they were going to use those things before we introduced yet another new thing. So this is not a question, this is just a hope that you will take that into consideration as you work with the teachers. I think the direction you're going is great. but I want to make sure we don't put them on such overload that they're not able to do anything well. They're just doing a little bit of everything sort of half-heartedly. So that's my comment.
Yes, it's been hard for teachers with all the new standards all across the state and nation, really, a lot of new things all at once. And one of the ways that I see that being relevant right now, actually, is we have been thinking about how we have these different things happening. We have MTSS and the STEAM idea and the reading and writing. And that idea of being flexible and responsive to where each school is has been a part of our conversation with the principals. So our team, each of us, we are each taking 5 schools that we're their point person for. And we have asked them, where do you see your school ready to leap forward this year? And we've said to them, everybody can't take on everything all at once. We need to know, where are those sparks at your school site, and where are the next natural steps so that we can, build in the support that makes sense, and think about the timeline not as only in each school year, but over time, how are we going to get there? Because there are a lot of variables, and we want to be able to focus and do it well. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Anyone else on clarifying questions on this section?
Question. So, what's those plans looks like for the alternative schools? They will be identical with other schools, or they will have some adjustment?
Are you thinking of a specific area or
Like,
just general?
for example, like those readers workshop, the piloting, the NGSS, and the math pathway for our alternative school, like Faria or McAuliffe or Patel, or our immersion program, are they will implementing differently, or it will be pretty identical with other schools?
So I think that will be a question as we go forward. Some of these things we're starting now, and some are still to come. So as we engage with the schools, that will be part of our conversation about what's the context, for each school. I think the overarching idea is that we're not expecting any of these things to be exactly the same, everywhere. We need to allow for enough flexibility so that we know where we're headed for our students, but in terms of how we get there, there can be some variation. So I need to learn more about where each school is in relation to these ideas, but I know that we're going into the process being aware that, we're not a kind of one-size-fits-all kind of place. We have to consider that as we go forward. So thank you.
Just want to add one part to what Allison was saying. This past year, for the first time with Dr. Baker, we actually allocate instructional materials money to go towards the immersion program. And so it was about $30,000 that was provided to them so they could buy some material that they've been looking for a while, rather than it just coming from donations from the parents.
Liang?
So all these it seems very high level. They are very good goals, but I'm wondering, as a student, what kind of things they will see differently or feel differently in their academic year. For example, personalized instruction, data collection, how the data will be collected and used at the student level, and also from the teacher's point of view, what exactly their lesson planning will be different. Just, I need a little bit concrete
Details.
examples.
Yeah, okay. So, for example, I'll just take one area and we'll dig into that first and see if you have any other questions. So some schools are implementing the reading units of study this year. These go with the writing units of study. They're complementary to that. So at those schools, the teachers have been receiving professional development in how to set this up, and they will continue to throughout the year. They received bunches and bunches of new books for their students that are at different reading levels, so that the students can be matched with a book that is at their just right level, we call it. And I'm not sure how much you've had on the writing workshop model structure, but it's the same kind of thing. So the essence of that is smaller amount whole group time and more time for the kids to be practicing at their own reading level with coaching from the teacher. So from a personalizing point of view, it's less everybody doing all the same thing, still a little bit of that to learn the skills, and then more time practicing at the student's level. So teachers have new instructional materials, they have coaching in what this means and how to get that going, new teaching guides, for example.
So I guess compared with what has been done last year or the year before, what difference the teachers will see? I think the writers' workshop, the workload was high, and then different school sites have different ways to adjust to that. So how would they see a difference this year?
In terms of the workload for writing or what we're
How
doing?
the new direction, how would that affect in practice? I guess. Yeah.
I'm not totally clear on what's behind the question, right? Because when we come to a board meeting, we're trying to keep the conversation at a particular level that's relative to board decision-making and things like that. So it would be good for me to better understand what's behind the question. The reality is people are in different places at sites, let's say with implementation of Writer's Workshop. They're in different phases, different years of it. So everybody's in a different place, but everybody will be working on Writer's Workshop in some form or another. So I just need a little help understanding where, because we're not prepared today with a bunch of materials about the nitty gritty and
Yeah.
right. So where?
I guess it seems like we are trying to set a goal for this year. So I'm trying to picture how would this goal be different from what we have been doing. So I want some concrete example of
So right.
how
So
it will be different.
right. So when we were at the next steps slide, it gave you the areas that we're going to focus on. And then there's different structures in place where the support from the instructional team were organized to give support in these areas, including Reader's Workshop, Writer's Workshop, including MTSS, let alone STEAM, Cooperdoodle, right? So those are the areas of work that we're in, and the whole organization, the Ed Services team, is organized to provide the support for the schools at the level they are, where they are, because they're not all in the exact same place. So we are making sure we are tailoring the coaching and support at the school sites to help them with their next steps.
I wanted to say something too. I should have done a better job of laying out this conversation. I apologize. But I think that we had discussed when we set up the priorities last year that these would be roughly for 2 years because we didn't have the strategic plan yet. So I think our goal is to stick with these priorities, the general statement, right? What was priority number 1? I usually have it memorized, but
Maintain a keen focus.
maintain a keen focus on the whole child, teaching and learning. So that priority will be there, but when we get to what does success look like is because as last year we had these overarching priorities, and then under each priority we kind of said for this year this is what success looks like, right? And part of it was the reorganization. So since we've done some of those, we're going to keep the overarching priority, but when we get to what does success look like, we'll talk about what do we want this year to focus on under that priority. Does that help at all? So this category, I guess, is clarifying questions, but then we'll get to what do we want to focus on for next year and what we can all agree upon.
I guess my question is trying to have a better picture of what does success look like.
Yeah, so we'll get to that in after we get to through the clarifying questions. So anyone else on clarifying questions on Allison's presentation?
Is there any way we can get a soft copy or hard copy for the slides?
Ask Renee Renee, if she could actually load it up, this set of slides, that'd be great, thanks.
Can you send that to her, Jeff? Does she have the slides? Yeah, okay.
And I had one that's not a clarifying question, but also just a comment and to follow along with what Phyllis is saying. We have had a lot of changes lately and people's plate overflowing, and not necessarily because of CUSD, because of state mandates and changes. But I wanted to tell you, Allison, I was at volunteering at an event recently, and a couple different people mentioned that, particularly your name, and I didn't solicit, they brought it up, but that they appreciated that they felt that you were listening to what was going on at their schools. There were staff members, and it wasn't just a top-down approach, and that they felt heard, and then they, not only that you listened, but that what you said seemed to incorporate what they said. So thank you for doing that, and I hope you will continue to do that.
Yeah, so I'd like to add that I really like that we had the priority last year, but then I didn't have a picture how that will be implemented, and you gave a picture. And but it's still very high level. That's why I'm excited, but I really want to know how is that going to impact our students. Yeah.
I'm sure I'll be back to provide updates on these things too
Yeah.
along the way. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so is the discussion, or should we just go to what does success look like?
Yeah, we've
Is
kinda-
the discussion, yeah.
We've been doing
Yeah.
some of that.
Yeah, but what would we focus on? What out of this big priority, what does success look like for the next year? Is that what you had in mind, Craig?
Yeah, and just, and again, I think this is one where we can just throw out ideas that it
Yeah.
doesn't, you know, we're not going to debate them or anything. We just want to have a
Brains.
set that
Yeah.
we'll actually put them up on here, and we'll have them moving forward, and we'll analyze them later and come back later, because we're doing the same kind of things with our principals and other people. We want to just keep, this is the accordion process right now.
And we did this last year. We brainstormed on what success looked like and just go around and say one each, and then no judgment, just write it down.
I should mention too, I think one thing that's unique about this goal is that we also have the LCAP as a guide. So in terms of kind of, specific measures around students, and that piece we do have as we're in the process of working towards our strategic plan and getting organized. We're still anchored to that, and that's been a big piece of our work as well. So we don't need to go to that level in this conversation.
So do we have a note taker, or?
Yeah, and actually, I think we're going to actually do them up here too, so
Okay.
we can have them to take with us.
Okay, great. Okay, so should we just take turns going around and just, what does success look like for priority number one?
You want to start anywhere, or do you want to start with
Yeah,
Chris?
does everyone have priority number?
Can I just,
Yeah.
because it's a brainstorming,
Yeah.
usually it holds things up if you have to go around. It's
Okay.
better to just kind of
Okay,
throw
so
them out.
anyone say anything? Okay.
Yeah.
EC also, or just the board?
I think right now just the board.
Board, okay.
We will be doing the same thing.
Okay. So just start blurting stuff out, guys.
Okay, so I'm blurting.
Okay, good.
So we are recognized everywhere as a high-achieving district, and I like that. But I also recognize that we have students that struggle. So I'm excited about MTSS, and I'm excited about putting systems in place to make sure that those students that struggle with learning are successful. And I don't know how we measure that, I guess, but through standardized tests and other ways, I would hope. But
Something around
but
struggling
I
students.
continue to be concerned about our students that struggle. I think it's hard to be average in Cupertino.
Yeah, I have one. I think that one of the things we said we would do last year is realign the structures to focus squarely on student learning. So I think we just did that, but I'd like to see a year from now, like where we've placed the support at the school sites, how that's working. And I'm not sure how we'd measure that, but I just want to get feedback from the schools on if that realignment has been helpful to them.
I think teachers' feedback is also very important because they know their classroom and they know like when we implement something, is it really helping our students or is kind of give our students have a struggle or yeah. So I think a teacher's feedback is very important as well.
Hold on one second, because I think it takes time to process and take notes at the same time. Or at least it's hard for me, so. Okay.
So I think for success from a parent's point of view, probably if there could be a better feedback for my students' success in different areas so that they are challenged at their level. But then how do I know that? I'm not sure. So maybe better feedback to the parents with all the data that we collect.
Do you mean that the parents feel they know how their child is being challenged, or that they?
Yeah, and how much progress they have made this year at their level, so that every student has made a certain progress, whether they are struggling or whether they are already ahead. We want to help all of the child because with personalized instruction, we now can help all of the child advance at the level that's suitable for them.
So I have one that kind of goes along with what Liang said. As in addition to being concerned about the students that struggle, I'm also concerned about our high flyers. We have a lot of really bright kids in this district, and I want to make sure that our teachers are prepared to challenge those students as well with whatever they need.
So I'm gonna add a little prompt if I can, and if you can think a little bit in terms of if we are successful this year with priority number 1, which is a keen focus, student learning, drives everything we do, and having an organization that supports that, essentially, in its services, what will we have accomplished at the end of this year that will make you say, I think we made good progress there? What are the, and again, we don't need a measure, we're not gonna get to that level, but just, because a couple of the ones I could easily make a success measure on those, but others are not necessarily doing that, so, but I do want people just to throw them out and we can analyze them later, but if you could think that way, yeah, what would, if we said, you know what, we made some good progress this year because now we made what happen? Like, what are those things that for you are really, really key? Now, we will have established so around like teacher feedback, et cetera, we will have begun a process of rethinking how we give feedback to, right? That's the, what is the thing we've accomplished? What will it look like? Success, what is in that area?
I want to just interject one thing. I said we were going to take a break at 10, but I thought it was 8 o'clock, but it was actually 9. So does anyone need a break right now? Okay, so we'll make the break at 11. Yeah, yeah. Sorry, I meant it was going to be at 11. So, okay.
So,
Yeah.
not exactly responding to your question, as thought earlier, So the earlier comment was about academic. I think the goal is the whole child. So emotional, how do we measure their progress emotionally? And I think different school sites now have different programs to help students in terms of social emotional development. MTSS would be making progress on that. But how do we measure that so that students, do we have an expectation for fourth grader and then they are at a certain level how they handle things? And so how do we personalize that also for each individual child? That's what I'm thinking about. I think it's very important also in our community. Yeah, parents focus too much on academics, and how do we set the right expectation with parents, the whole child, what that means, and that's better for our students.
So I'm a little confused, Craig, about your comment. I guess I don't know the answer to that. Beyond things like test scores and surveys and student surveys and parent surveys and, I'm not sure what other things might look differently. I'm confused.
So, when you, the first comment you had made about hopes for teachers.
Struggling
and-
student,
and-
right,
no,
right.
the
Oh,
earlier,
teach, yeah.
right?
Mhm.
So, if I were to make a measure, or say what success looks like, I would probably say, we'll get reports from teachers saying that they really feel that they've, been listened to, that they're not as overwhelmed as they were in the past. You know, yeah, we will have been successful in this if we get to that point, right? So it's easy for me to convert that earlier comment you made to something
Do an
like that.
outcome or a,
Right,
yeah.
whereas struggling students, paying attention to them, I get that that's something we have to do, and we better be working on it. But coming up with, well, what's the accomplishment at the end that we could say, wow, look how well we did as an organization, because that's like a 5-year goal, right, to do better at that, if not 10-year and beyond. That's tied to a strategic plan. That's gonna be hard to have a 1-year. At the end of the year, we will have done blank, right? Or are we saying, we at least want to have a system in place to better monitor how our kids who are struggling, to identify them
Identify,
and
right.
come up with plans for, right? So that would be more of a success statement, I guess.
And the
right?
same would be true for the more gifted students as well.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, I consider that to be struggling, right? If you're a gifted student, but you're not struggling with it because you're really excelling, that's not an issue. But if you're gifted and we're not meeting your need, then you are struggling.
Are struggling, yeah, that's right. Yeah,
Anyway, and I don't want to belabor it, and I don't want to force you to come up with it. I just want to make sure that we're capturing, so that we can do our work moving forward, the kinds of things that are on your mind. So I'm not trying to over-constrain you. I like that you're just throwing out ideas, because that helps us. I was just throwing out there that eventually we're trying to get to this place of what does success really look like this year for us in this area.
So,
So, yeah. Yeah, you want
so I think a teacher's feedback is still very important. Like for each of the program, they can say the pros and cons for the students and classroom. But at the same time, I wonder if you want to kind of have the measurement in the system for other stuff. For example, like we know we have CASP in place, and we have ELD testing in place. But for other stuff, for example, like science, we know is coming up, but maybe we're considering something in-house to kind of management, what's the performance, that kind of thing. So I don't know, like maybe we can think about what's the standardized to measure those programs.
Assessments in place for all these other areas that maybe
Right.
might not be the usual suspect.
Yeah, like for example, like ELD is probably not for everybody, but it's something we kind of identify who needs some resources, right?
So,
So, go ahead and
do
then
you
I'll go.
want to
Yeah.
go first?
So I was going to agree with you, Liang, on, I think that one of the aspects of this, supporting the whole child is also very important to me. And I've been to some of the sessions that Jeff and Leslie have put out for the parent communities in the last year. And so I think we want to continue to put out sessions for the parents, both in technology and other topics. And I guess the measure of success would be like, are we putting out parent nights, and then are people coming, and are we getting feedback that the information the parents are getting at these nights are helpful to them in the home in supporting their child academically and in other areas with technology as well.
So, This is, I'm not sure if it belongs here. It's, I think success would, besides student performance, and also how our teaching staff, our supporting classified staff, whether they feel they have enough skills with professional development to do all these things we are hoping to do. And I think if they feel supported, that they will do a better job educating our students to how. But then I was trying to see if that belongs here, but then it doesn't seem to fit within the other the other 4 goals. So, just, yeah.
Anyone else on this one?
So both teaching and the classified staff, yeah, do they feel supported? Yeah.
Yeah, and as Allison pointed out, because we have so many success measures built into LCAP, the reality is we have to make progress on those. That is our implementation plan essentially
Yeah.
for all of this. So that we will have a lot of measures and success measures in there that we will be part of it no matter what. So.
Okay, so I think we're ready to move to priority number 2.
I think this one is Jeff. And, huh?
Forward that slide, please.
Is that in here?
Yes, it is. All right, you guys certainly do know this goal. Let's go ahead and jump to the next slide, please. So this chart is similar to what you guys have taken a look at in the past, but one of the things that, and I do want to acknowledge Dorothy, she's actually on her way over to Garden Gate right now, but they've really done a great job, especially with the transition over the summer with Chris leaving and just kind of keeping everything moving forward. The column on the left, the 18-19, that's where we're finishing this year. And then the ending fund balance there is where we're projecting to finish this year. And so, I think as we look at these numbers and we don't have as many of the line items that we typically do, it still is the exact same information. And so what I mean by that is in that ending fund balance, that 27 million there, that includes LCFF dollars as well as our 6% reserve, the 3% required in the additional 3% from the board. And so between those two factors, that's about $13 million of that 27 million. And then there's 9 million in restricted funds that's also included there. So just so you know, this chart or this slide here is what you guys have viewed in the past. It just doesn't have all the details, but the numbers do match. Our revenue less expenditure there is where our structural deficit spending has been. And as you can see, by the time we get to 2022, 23, we no longer are in that deficit spending. One of our goals by the time we come back to you guys in December for first interim is to really have that 4.7 number also be less. And part of that for us to do that is to look at where we are funding positions in our district and making sure that we're utilizing all those restricted funds and to the best of our ability. Because the better we do that, the better our end fund balance will be.
Can we, Jeff, I'm sorry, go ahead. Are you still on this slide?
I was. And then the only other thing, then please jump in, Craig, is you'll notice on the bottom, as our end fund balance is going down, it also is matching with our funding, or I'm sorry, our ADA in the district as well. By 2022, 23, our projection is 16,472 students. Go ahead. Craig, did you?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out the one of the things that's a little different in the red line that you're seeing across here is that at the end of last year, before we had all the data in, and this might change even a little bit more by the time we close the books and all of that, by 2021, it started to look like we were correcting more, and the last 2 years we would be out of deficit spending. But this is showing actually that the finances are better than what you saw last year, all in all. But it's not until that 5th year really that we're in the black, essentially. Right? So that, I just wanted to point out it's a little different, right? From
Yes.
where we were.
Yes. And again, it will look different in December when we come back to you too.
Is this a new format we're going to be looking at? Because we're used to a different one before, so I just want
One of the things I was trying to do is to not have it be so cluttered when we put it up on the screen and just hone in on those numbers that matter the most. And
Yeah.
these really are the numbers that I hope we're all talking about and that we all know, because this is what's critical for us at the end of the year.
And we'll likely still give you, when we bring these, give you more information around it. and
Absolutely.
give you the same things that you always have, but probably when we have a conversation, we want to kind of focus on what's the 5-year trajectory looking like for us and keep that in front of us at all times.
And we have all the details. Those are in those SACS reports that we give you at the, when we complete it, and you guys will still get that. Maybe go to the next slide, please.
So can I ask a question?
Sure.
Two questions actually. So it seems the revenue is going up as our ADA is going down. So I'm just curious how that works out. And yeah, so and then also this doesn't include our potential income from enterprise program, but include potential investment we put into the program, right?
So we have included for 18, 19, 19, 20, some of the revenue enhancement. We're actually going to get to that in the next slide, so I think it would be, if I can return to that question in a minute. But this also includes the closure by the state and the funding formula. And so as we were talking about that, there's no new money coming in after this year, and it really is just tied to what our attendance is. We jump forward. Was there an additional?
And we can always come back when we're doing the clarifying questions that you want more clarity on this itself. And in a way, I realized we didn't start with the accomplishment piece. We didn't quite put it in that order. But maybe it's best for us to get through the slides, and then we'll do the clarifying questions and discussion.
I have a suggestion. So, Jeff, maybe next time when you have the slide, add the same old slide from Chris every time, like the close the gap thing, to remind everybody so we can have a better picture about why, how those numbers working.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And in particular, when we did the side-by-side ones, where this is the one we brought last time, and here's where we are today.
Right.
And,
So what we have included in the budget, going back to the question about revenue enhancement, you have the 487,000 of the revenue to be generated, as well as the program costs. So what we're projecting right now is a $54,000 profit that has been included in the budget for every student. And Leslie, please jump in at any point. I know you were helping with this. Is for every student that joins us now, it would be a profit.
So as you know, when we, that's right, sorry. As you know, when we talked with you last year, our projection was 3 Cooper-Doodle classes at 2 sites. And at this point, we have enrollment for 1 school site, Muir. It's a full class, but we're actually using both classrooms. Half of the children are in our Mandarin program, and the other half are in the English preschool program. And the great thing is we've been able to staff with 1 class worth of teachers, so it's a 1 teacher to 8 student ratio. They divide up during their core part of the day, and we have the flexibility to grow. And so we're actually growing on a daily basis. I think we added 2 new students yesterday. Michelle is touring students today. And we're establishing a waiting list for Sedgwick. And so our hope is that we're able to launch a program at Sedgwick. It'll potentially be a half-day program. When we work out those numbers, that would actually also, even though we'd have to add additional staff at Sedgwick, it would be a continued profit. But right now what we can expect is at least $54,000 plus in profit for this year's program. And this is preschool only. We'll talk a little bit more, I think, at one of the next board meetings about the work being done in Cooper-Doodle Dawn to Dusk program.
Jump into the next slide. So where Craig was just alluding to is we probably should have started off with some of the accomplishments when we jumped into the budget. So though we didn't do that, I do want to hit on the fact that our end fund balance is about $3 million more than we had anticipated at the end of last year. We also, for Allison and her team, is that they're actually getting $300,000 more from LCFF than we also anticipated. So when you see that balance being higher than it was at the end of the year, that's including a $300,000 increase that can go directly towards the programs Allison was referencing earlier. We had a reduction in the structural deficit while still being able to maintain the minimum reserve. And this does include that 7% raise for all of our staff. The Cooper Doodle program starting as a revenue stream, and then we're setting the stage for that new partnership with CEF, as we referenced last year as well, in particular with a focus on STEAM. Challenges. So, I think one of the challenges we will always have is being able to eliminate that deficit spending and doing it sooner. And, it is an accomplishment to lower it, but our goal is still the same, which is to eliminate the deficit spending altogether. And so that is a focus for us and will continue to be a challenge until we're able to do so. Managing our impact of the decline in enrollment, it's not so much about the loss of funds, but making sure that we are doing and maximizing those dollars. Well, we also know that just removing that certificated teacher doesn't cover all of the reduction that's associated with the loss of attendance. Momentum with staff reductions. I think there's always a morale hit, and I think we've talked about this all the time on EC, when you go through the things that we've all experienced with having to reduce positions, and it's hard, and there are people that we've worked with for years, people that have been very loyal to the district, that have dedicated immense amounts of time. And so whenever there's that feeling out there where you want people to trust the process, you want people to trust where they work and have that loyalty factor, but when we take a hit of reductions, it doesn't always leave people feeling great. And I think for us, we want to maintain a focus on building that morale back up. And I think as the budget improves and as we're able to no longer need to cut positions and reduce our staff, that will also help the morale. And I think as Craig and I were talking yesterday, we don't need to cut. At one point in time, it was brought to you guys that we had to cut around 40 positions for the next few years. We're no longer in that place anymore. And so we do want to get that message out there and let people know we're not in that same position based on the fact of where we are going to be positive in year 5 right now. And so that is a good thing for us. The startup time for preschools, the earlier we can do it, the better, the more marketing we can do in getting more people involved in. We know there's a need for preschools. We need to get people enrolled in it. And the idea of just building it in earlier, getting the schools up and ready, sooner in this year to be ready for the 1920 year. And then the last one is the challenge for us, as you guys all know, with 25 schools, distributing our resources equitably across those schools. The financial resources that come from the parent groups or foundations is different across the district. And so what we want to make sure is that we're providing those resources for all of our 25 schools and giving those even opportunities for our students. I'll pause for a second there. I don't know if there's questions on this one, or if Craig, you want to jump in on any part of that.
Go to the end and then do the
Yeah, that's
questions.
Okay.
Do your presentation, Jeff.
Thank you. 3 big next steps for us is obviously the number one is to continue to track our deficit spending, continue to build our community partnerships, because those ideas of revenue enhancement, the state's really not going to, as it stands right now, we're not getting any new money. So really our focus has to be on how are we helping ourselves out, how are we building our revenue from what's already sitting in our community here. And that's really a huge focus for us and probably our best way to increase our dollars. And then obviously accelerating our Cooper Doodle program, which ties into increasing our revenue. And I'll leave it at the clarifying questions.
So let's dive into the clarifying questions about Jeff's presentation, and then if we want to have a discussion or talk about what success looks like, we'll do that next. But right now, just clarifying questions on the presentation.
I'd like to know how the new partnership with CEF, how is that different from the old partnership with CEF?
I think the biggest thing I think is the alignment around what the priority is for us in having a purpose to our work together. And so with the focus being on STEAM, I think we're all talking the same language, and having that goal be the same for the district and the partnership is critical, because people know where the money is going to be spent and where they're investing into CEEF, CEEF is investing directly into those programs that are of benefit for our students and what we need to do and provide for our students.
So is there going to be any change in their strategy for their donation strategy beyond the fundraisers that they've had? And I mean, are they going to move to a direct ask of some sort? Are they going to do anything different about raising money?
I can't speak to all of their what they're planning to do, and I wish Meredith was here because she could definitely highlight it. But the one thing I would say is just sharing with the community what the focus is and the why. For example, tomorrow at the C5K, and anything we have the opportunity is to show what STEAM actually means. Because I think for some people it's just this topic that sits out there and they don't really know what it looks like and what it means. And so for us to help CEEF with what is it going to look like in our classrooms. And I think building around that, and I know the one thing that Meredith was sharing is to focus on going out to smaller groups and smaller community rather than large campaigns to focus on each school and meeting with the schools with it. I don't know if Leslie, if you want to jump in on that.
And to add to that, so part of it is that rebranding is making sure the community does know what CEEF does and how they support. Some of the things that they're also thinking about, they are exploring what a direct ask would look like. And being real cautious about not to be doing it at a time when schools potentially are doing those same kinds of things. So Craig and I are working with them on the timing of that. The 5K is another great opportunity. They want to celebrate just the sense of community and then the focus on STEAM for our district. They will be asking to go out to school sites to meet with parent leaders or parents at either school site council, PTA, as that visibility piece. And then they're looking at how do they do fundraisers and fundraisers a little bit differently this year. And so whether or not they'll be doing small, intimate gatherings with stakeholder groups or things in different regions around the district, because what they're finding is it's the same friends, and so they want to make more friends and also raise more funds in the process. So it's really in that initial stage planning, but they're coming up with a new strategy around it.
Yeah, if I could just add, man, just in terms of these next steps, I do want to say one of the many great things about having Allison on board right now is that this frees me up to put a lot of my attention into building the community partnerships, especially with CEEF and with others, and to accelerate the Cooper Doodle programs. So I just wanted everybody to be clear, this is a high priority for me. I'm not as worried about the deficit spending. I feel we did a great job this past year. And I think with Jeff's help, we are going to even do better than you're seeing on there. And I'm just not as worried about it in terms of a big goal, but I am worried that we are not going to generate enough revenue. And I do believe that within the next couple of years, the sort of funding we're getting through our partnership with CEEF will be exponentially higher than what it is right now.
Kristen, and then I have something.
So as we plan to expand our Cooper Doodle program, what's the strategy to make sure the community know about this program? Because the other day I talked to one of my friends, they have a preschooler at school, but they don't know this program. So I don't know what's the strategy for reach out.
Right. Well, and part of it was timing, right? So we sent out a lot of communication to families and asked them to spread the word. Yet families sort of stopped once they made a decision of where they're going to preschool, early January, February, they probably stopped looking. So we know that the advertising of Cooper Doodle is absolutely critical. Getting ourselves in the newspapers and getting positive press like we did recently this week is super, where our program was advertised in a real positive light. We're doing some of those typical things like banners, and Michelle is, our website continually changes. And then Michelle is going to community events. Yet we do know that we need to ramp it up, and we need to ramp it up early so that families know where will those sites be next year. And that growth expansion opportunity. And so we've got to work on a strategy around how do you boost it even more. What we've heard from a lot of parents, so we've had a lot of traffic We've had open houses and whatnot, and one of the things that we've heard from families is just that opportunity to come into the classroom and walk through the classroom with someone that's knowledgeable about the learning going on. Is sort of that impetus. So we've got lots of young 1 and 2-year-olds that are excited about coming in their future because now they're able to get into the classroom, observe with Michelle, and then hoping, they're saying, well, can I get on the waiting list now? Can I pay the funds now? And so I think it's building that buzz around the program and the energy around it. And I don't know, Allison, anything else to add, or Craig?
Jill said she was stopping by the back to school nights as
Yep.
one place to
Yep.
connect with our current families. and
Yep. Yep.
be at different events.
Have a booth at the run on tomorrow,
Right.
things like that, yeah.
So,
At the fall festival.
I can also just remind people that this isn't just about accelerating the preschool. And I had mentioned last year that the thing about after school and other programs is you don't have to have a date certain to start them up like you do with preschool. So if you don't hit your date in preschool in time, people aren't going to commit and roll over. So now we have to plan for preschool, which we'll be able to do, and I'm really confident in that. But what we can do is look for the low-hanging fruit of services parents want for their students now around after school, before school, care, enrichment, et cetera. So we're really going to accelerate that to make up for what we weren't able to do through the preschool this year. But all of this will catch up by next year. We'll be right on target, I think. Okay.
Okay, I have a couple questions. For the Jeff, these are for you. For the preschool program, when you mentioned the profit, does the program cost include the like the teachers and the district office preschool support?
Yes.
Okay, that's good. The second one,
Can I clarify?
yeah.
So it does include all that, but with a real focus on what is the preschool program this year. So what it doesn't include is some of the investments we have to make for next year's programs. So you're not seeing here that aspect, other than there's an 8% that is included in here, 8.5 I think, that goes into our direct costs. So there's actually another $32,000 that is above what the costs are that are going to pay for some of the other custodial and other things like that. So it's fully paid plus the $50,000. That $54,000 though, a lot of that has to go right back into this year's upfront costs to get ready for next year. So I just want to be clear, you're going to be seeing two different budgets, because the one for this year is really only about one preschool primarily, right? And you're not seeing those other costs in this particular slide. I just wanted to be upfront about that.
Okay, so my second question, Jeff, is I'm happy to hear that the budget situation is looking a little better and we might not have to do some of the cuts that we talked about. Like what have you done like in the last few months that have helped you feel? No surprises here, but this is a surprise question. No, I'm just wanting to know like how you, what you've done to ensure the budget figures and educate yourself and have confidence in this.
I think the biggest thing is just going back through all the numbers that we presented to you guys and just going honestly line by line. I mean, I think that's the biggest thing. And I think that, going forward, our next piece is going line by line through where we're paying for staff from, and making sure that we're utilizing those dollars that we get, as we're sitting here looking at some of the carryovers that we have that can go directly back to our students, to make sure that we're working with Allison and that we're building a budget for ed services that meets the direction the district's going. And I think the more we focus on our budget on what we're trying to accomplish, rather than, having, so many account strings. I think the other, going along account strings, if you will, is, Dorothy started this last year, is to minimize the number of account strings we have across the district, which you guys all see, and tightening that up so that we know exactly how many dollars we have in each of those accounts and what they can go towards. Especially utilizing some of those restricted funds. We have right now about $9 million in restricted dollars that we really should look at where it could benefit us, because then that can hopefully free up a little bit of money in our general fund. It won't be a lot, but anything we can free up in the general fund, or any dollars that are currently sitting that could be paid for out of restricted that could go back to general, will help our deficit issue. And so that's been the primary focus. The other piece, and really it's working with Stacy and that relationship between business services and HR around position control to make sure that we are keeping track of every position we're bringing in, especially when it comes to our certificated staff, and to make sure that the numbers we need or the teachers we need in our schools matches the number of positions that we're recommending each year. And so I know that that's been a lot of tightening up with HR and business services.
Thank you. Anyone else? I have one more, but I'll wait. Just with regards to the Cooper Doodle Dawn to Dusk program, I know today you're just giving us an overview, but as you're launching like after school programs, even if it's just an information item at a board meeting, like I would like to see what you're offering and where you're offering and what the plan is. So
And that team is actually going to be presenting on the meeting on the 30th.
oh,
And
perfect.
so they'll be letting you know where so we're giving a little bit of a glimpse, but they're going to be celebrating in more depth their successes at the next meeting.
Okay, great.
Yep.
Thank you. Anyone else on discussion or clarifying before we get to what does success look like for the budget? Okay. so-
If I can just throw out, I want people to know that I am a little nervous about enrollment-related planning. As Jeff said, we're not so worried about, we know we're declining, we are making plans for that, but we're just at a place where we have to be careful, because at some point it will come back to bite us if we don't plan ahead and have enough in reserve to deal with the situation. Because each year we get to use, when you're declining, you get to use last year's numbers, right? So we had about 18,000 students last year, so we get budget for that this year. The ADA is based on that, even though we're really only projecting 17,500 students, right? So that's okay because we get this money, but next year we only get money for the 17,005 if it goes down. And so we're starting to get into a tough situation. We're 140 students under that number right now. The 17.5, we're 140. So that's more than $1 million of loss of revenue. And so, but you're not necessarily able to let go of the teachers commensurate to that number that makes up for that amount of money. So just, and we'll bring more data on that and start looking at it, but I just want people to know that we have to make sure we're really paying attention to that and planning for this decline in the future. It's gonna be okay, but we have to plan for it.
Thank you. Okay, so what does success look like for priority number 2? And we'll use the blurting out strategy since that worked well. Anyone?
We call that a brainstorm.
Yeah, brainstorm.
So on our priority number 1, we say we want to make sure align with our resource to the principal, to support the principal, students, and the schools. And I think that's also very important for our priority number 2. Like our resource, our fund should focus on those things.
And again, one of the ways that happens is because we are required to put in the fund cap, exact dollars spent on what areas of teaching and learning, that helps us be,
Make sure we align with that. Yes.
Going to mention your favorite thing, Phyllis?
which of the-
Which of your favorite things?
Which am I have a
The
lot?
reserve.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Can't get into that reserve. Maintain both 3% reserves. I don't know if this is what does success look like, but I'd like to explore. One of the problems I think we have with fundraising through CEF is that a lot of our schools have foundations and people have the attitude that they want their money to support their own school and not to support the district as a whole. And I've been here 50 years, right? For the last 50 years, this has been a problem with CEF trying to raise money in really competition in a lot of ways with those school foundations and PTAs. So I don't know. This has been a discussion a lot over the years, but I'd like to explore how can we make that different? I don't know whether better is the right word, but, because we have the wealthy schools and the not-so-wealthy schools, and it's not equitable for kids, and that bothers me. But I don't have any big suggestions about some districts have done really heroic things, like eliminate school site foundations. That's pretty destructive in a lot of ways. So, anyway, I would like to just explore some of those things. Doesn't have anything to do with success, I guess. Well, I guess if it does. Yeah.
I think it makes
I
sense.
think a success would be that CEF funding is increased exponentially.
Yeah.
That, yeah. But I think CEF actually can tap into a different community because we have a much growing number of retired senior community, and also they have grown children, graduate of CUSD alumni. Those are the people I think CEF can tap into. They may not have children right now in school, but then they still
have money.
care. And they still care about our schools. And they used to volunteer a lot when their kids were in school. Now they have money and time. So maybe CEF can tap into those. I don't know if we have their email list or do we have build a mailing list of alumni parents. Then CEF can tap into.
Well, I think there are probably a
So-
lot of strategies, and I don't know that it's our job to suggest those strategies, but I would like
Yeah.
for CEF and our leadership to explore that.
Just like we want CEF revenue to explode exponentially, same thing with the Cooper Doodle. We want to see increased revenue from the Cooper Doodle program. I don't know if Allison got that. Just increased revenue from Cooper Doodle programs.
Yeah, I'd like to see, I think success would be a long waiting list for Cooper Doodle because we build up this reputation. Yeah, and people trust our program. They sign up even when their kids are 2 years old or just born, right? And success of the down to dusk program.
It's all, just to clarify, it's all Cooper Doodle, right?
It's
I didn't
all-
realize
okay.
it, yeah. So
Okay.
after school program is
It's
also
part
Cooper
of it.
Doodle,
Mhm.
yeah.
Okay.
We want to walk down the street and people know what Cooper Doodle is.
So anyone, so I really wish, I like the idea that we should provide equitable resource to all 25 school sites. But then I don't want to discourage school sites who donate more, they donate less because they thought then they are not getting more from the school district. So I thought maybe we have used the CEF money to do that equitable distribution so that encourage CEF to consider the need of different school sites when they distribute their fund. And yeah, I wish the school side feel they are really supported. That would be a major success.
I think too, through like continued transparency, I'd like the community and the three employee organizations and everyone to just have confidence in the budget and how it's presented and the numbers and be comfortable with what is presented to us.
Which might go with the goal number 4, transparency one.
Yeah, yeah,
Or here, but.
yeah. Maybe, yeah,
It's also about trust.
yeah.
Okay.
Anything else on the budget?
I do, if I can just make a comment that I'm very happy to hear everybody asking the question about the equitable resource, because I do think that's a very, very important big issue for this district. It ties well with what your point was about, well, that, it's not about the money, it's about equitable program. And we can't do anything that would reduce the resources that are going to schools that are getting to do certain things that other schools don't get to do, because they're not raising the money that you need to have certain positions to do, right? And the per child, if you look at it per child, it's wildly, wildly different what is spent per child, but it's not about the money really, it's about what's the program. So how do we say, well, if that program at a school that is raising a lot of money per child, if that is good for children, we actually have kind of an obligation to say, therefore, everybody gets that resource. Otherwise, what's the reasoning behind it, right? That being said, that is a huge, huge challenge for a community, and we have to make sure that we're coming at it from the program side more than the money. What are we providing for all children equitably across the district? And therefore, I think we can get there if we do that, and just say, don't make sure that people know we will not reduce money at a site that is raising a lot of money. We're going to raise the boats for everybody, and how do we make that happen? So I'm not taking a long time to say that, because I actually want this goal, this number 2 goal, to be changed a bit to address very specifically that we start working on that, because it will take at least 5 years to get to a place where we can do what we're talking about. It is a huge community engagement effort that we have to engage in, essentially.
Okay, so should we move to priority number 3, build a district-wide system for enrollment that is equitable and balanced for the entire district, and which will withstand the impact of the inevitable ebbs and flows of enrollment? Who do we have here?
Oh, is that the slide?
Like,
Is that what you do?
Oh, it's not a clicker? Oh, okay, then I'll tell you where to click when you go into there. So,
This?
Oh, accomplishments. Are you gonna start there, or do
we c- why don't you go to the next slide? There we go.
Let's do that, then
Okay,
we'll go
that's
back.
fine, and then we'll go backwards.
Why don't we hold the questions till the last slide, unlike what we did for Jeff?
So I'm going to just give you a moment. You've seen this probably 2 or 3 times. These were the accomplishments that we shared with you in the spring. We did a lot of work with CAC 2 years ago, which led into this internal task force where we took CAC recommendations and we worked with the board to shift policies and practices in order to make some strategic moves that would help create some flexibility for families in regards to choice, encourage enrollment, and allow families multiple choices in either lottery options or open enrollment. So just take a minute to review what we agreed to last year. And then Allison, if you go to the challenges and opportunities, the next one, and then we'll go backwards. And some of the things that we've learned is that we knew as a group that we would be making adjustments to the way that we did things in regards to movement of students or opening up opportunities for students. And we also knew it wasn't going to happen overnight. We weren't going to all of a sudden fix our balancing enrollment problem or dilemma. And so we know that as we're looking at last year's numbers compared to this year's numbers, that even though we've made some slight shifts, it's going to take up to 3 years potentially to sort of right the ship. And so it takes time. We know that we have to invest the time and energy in advertising and working with families, working with our student assignment office and looking at policies. We need to be patient as a group to see what those shifts are as we work towards balancing enrollment. And you know, our goal is we stay the course. We think that the policy changes and the practice changes that we put into place over time will create a more balanced enrollment across the district. You know, we're excited about those opportunities. And so what I did want to just give you is just a snapshot. So if you go back up to the little kids, I've got a couple of slides to share with you, just so you recall or remember where we were and where we are now. So if you look at the first tab, that is actually where we are. If you go to the 18-19 one in the bottom bar, go left, there you go. So this is, as of August 23rd, where we are size-wise with our students. And again, as you know, enrollment changes daily. The schools in yellow were our smallest schools. And I do have a comparison chart for you. Oh, can you make it a little bit bigger?
So small.
So our schools in the yellow, those are their enrollments as of August 23rd. The schools that we did a lot of work with last year were those schools and communities in regards to advertising, in regards to establishing or determining or highlighting the focus areas. So Blue Hills has sort of launched their work with STEAM education. They're working really closely with our instruction, our Ed Services department. When you look at the schools in pink, just a reminder, those were the schools that, based on the demographers' report, those were the schools that were going to be showing over time, over that 5-year span, a decrease in enrollment. And then the purple, just the pure purple letters, are the schools, obviously alternative schools. And concerning to us as a unit here are the schools that are a little bit larger, those ones, Collins, Meyerholtz, Clip, which we know it's those combined programs, and Stockelmeyer. At the board meeting last year, so if you go to the kinder range goal, the fourth one over, we talked at a board meeting that we, sort of that stake in the ground, what are we shooting for, what are we trying to achieve? And we talked about looking at that range of anywhere from 3 to 6 classrooms. And if I remember correctly, this group was really saying, well, let's see, as we're balancing this 3 to 5 year goal, how do we get our schools to have 3 kindergarten classrooms? And I believe Craig was at up to 4 or 5. We were hoping to even shift that 6 kinder classrooms down a little bit if we could. And so that's what we were hoping for. And then if you go to the kinder classroom comparison, I think that's the other one that I just want to briefly show you. So we look at our small schools. Last year, Blue Hills had 1.5 kindergarten classrooms, and this year they have 2. Dilworth, Muir, Montclair, Regnart, they all have the same number of kindergarten classrooms this year. But what I want to share with you, they weren't completely full last year. So we didn't have, let's say, in our 2 classrooms at Dilworth, they may not have been 48 students. And if we had not allowed open enrollment and families to apply and shift in, their numbers would actually be smaller. And so there were less neighborhood kids going to Dilworth, Muir, Montclair, and Regnart. But because of open enrollment, we were able to keep those numbers at 2, or in Montclair's situation at 3. And then another celebration is just looking at Stockelmeyer. And last year we had 9 kinder classrooms, and we've shifted down to 7 with very few overflow students. And so we're excited, but again, it's time, it's a process. It will not happen overnight. And so with that, I think we can shift back to our main deck of slides. Craig, did you have anything else you wanted to add to that conversation? Okay. So next steps. We certainly are going to be monitoring enrollment trends. Craig and I talk about it often. We're looking at student assignment and the data on pretty much a daily basis, and sort of collecting and analyzing what are the things that we're seeing in our district and how do we plan for it? How do we look at patterns? We'll be doing early planning in regards to how do we advertise and enroll our transitional kindergarten and kindergarten students earlier rather than that January launch when everyone registers. How do we create an environment where we have open the opportunity for incoming transitional kinders and kinders to begin registering earlier so that we get them on board before they've made decisions potentially to go somewhere else. That also really helps with our partnership with business and with human resources to make sure that we're looking carefully at the number of true students and that position control. and then working with student assignment to see how many kids actually are making a choice to go to one of our small schools, and how do we bring them into that process even earlier. Cooper Doodle, our Dawn to Dusk program, our goal was, when we presented to you last year, within 3 years, we would be at 6 schools. And again, to reiterate what Soma said, Cooper Doodle is a program where we're supporting preschool and we're supporting AM, PM, care, and enrichment for all of our students. So under that umbrella, our targeted schools this year, it was Muir and Sedgwick, and we truly are confident that we will be able to open up Sedgwick at some point in time. We're licensed and ready for this year. And then beginning to explore the growth at Blue Hills, Regnart, Dilworth, and Montclair. Our needs at those schools would be identifying a location for a preschool classroom, or 2, but a preschool classroom, a transitional kindergarten classroom, and a space for that AM, PM, care, and enrichment. And so we will be working together, Jeff and myself and Allison, with those school teams to identify where would those locations be. Because now that we've gone through this licensing process, we know what is needed in regards to space, and so we can act a little bit more quickly. And then finally, the next step is continuing to plan for magnet schools. And looking at how does the Ed Services Department support that notion or the idea of magnet schools at our schools. So for example, with STEAM, DeVargas and Blue Hills specifically, and any of the schools that truly have STEAM programs. So it's more than just those schools, but looking at exploration of the magnet schools, and then how do we potentially grow our magnet school program to another school site to give some relief to our northern side of the district. Anything to add?
The only thing that I thought of as well is that it is possible, just so people know, that with the probable popularity of the immersion preschool, it is possible that that would move to Meyerholtz sooner rather than later. So we might end up with 7 and or just energy going there maybe before one of the other ones that are up there. I just wanted to put that out there because I do think that we will be gaining a lot of momentum with our Chinese immersion preschool.
Absolutely. And what we've learned is that, the survey data showed that our families really wanted that full day, everyday program. But as we are meeting with families and we're looking at the options, is that we know that we have to be flexible in the offerings for families. And so currently at our Muir program, and looking at the Sedgwick program, is we have some students that are full day kids. We have some half-day students. We have some that are doing 3 days a week and some that are doing 2 days a week. And so as we look at these additional sites, it's how do we make sure that we are being responsive to the needs of the community in creating a program that works for those families. Okay. So at this point, clarifying questions or
Clarifying
need it.
questions, and then we'll have our bathroom break after that. Okay, clarifying questions.
Yeah, can you go back to the school size slide review?
Uh-huh.
So, if we go to the first tab,
Categorized by size.
yeah,
The first one.
the other one, yeah, the other one, yeah, by school. So,
So if you go one more over to the left,
right,
that is this year's date.
yes.
Yeah.
So, for this one, we talk about like the third column probably is the most ideal school size, and I do see 2 actually drop off from that column, which is Lincoln and Potel. They should move to the second column.
Oh, yes, they should.
But if you kind of compare to, like, let's say West Valley is 538, Eisenhower is 562, and Stevens Creek is 521. So I'm not really sure about, like, are they categorized as like a column 2 or is it column 3? Should we worry about it? Or like something, some schools there need to be watched closely to see.
Right.
Do you know what I mean?
Well, so if you look at, so the bands, the way the bands work is that first column, actually the 432, if you go, hold on, let me look here. If we look at the range that we're looking for, so that 432 to 575 range is 3 kinder classrooms. Under 432 is the 2. The 432 to 575 is 2 to 3, depending. If you're 432, you have 2 kinder classrooms. So when we talked with the board at the last meeting, we were really looking at sort of those middle bands. It's anywhere from 3 kindergarten classrooms to 5 or 6. Am I?
Yes. So, I mean, like, sorry.
So our goal is to have at least 3 K classes, which gets you to the
432.
Yeah, it gets you to the 432 or
Correct.
close to, right? That's not an
Yep.
exact number, but
Yep.
Right.
basically the 3 Ks that roll up through the 5th grade. And then, really, we would like them not to be over 720, if not
Which is 5,
smaller.
which is
right?
5,
Which is
right.
5.
Mhm.
So that's the range. 3 to 5 is sort of our sweet spot. And remember that on average, if you just divide all the kids, I think we said it'd be 560
Yep, exactly.
in a school, which will never happen. And so that's why you have to have a range of some kind. So that's what we're shooting for.
So
Yeah.
so you're right, though, also that Garden Gate and Lincoln went down a little bit in enrollment. Last year, they were in that band. I didn't move them over
Right.
last night.
That's
So they
that-
would be in the left band, yet we're still very comfortable with that based on,
Right.
Yeah.
So I guess it will be more more meaningful if, like, for example, like Divulgus, there is another data, say they have 3K class, or Eden has 2K class or something, to kind of give us an idea, like, okay, even though they are not in that
Like, yeah.
category, but we don't need to worry about
the
it.
trend.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
Right.
it's safe or
So-
something like that. I don't know.
so I think so one of the things that I can do, if you go to the third tab, the kinder comparison option, I can do that for all of the schools. So that then, I think that's what you're saying, because if
Right.
you look at 18, 19, currently, we have 2
Right.
kinder classrooms at Blue Hills. So looking at how do we flesh that out for all of our schools?
Right.
So that you can say, are we in that range?
Right,
How
or
close are
should
to
we
that
worry
range?
about that?
Perfect. Yeah, I can send that to all of you.
Thank you.
So I have one, Leslie, and I think you kind of already answered it, but so this is truly a clarifying question, but I am concerned about Muir and Blue Hills, and we've been talking for a long time about growing the size of Blue Hills and having ideas on how to do that. But I think what you're saying is even though the total number isn't that high, the number of kindergarten classes is full, meaning that it will start to grow, so the number of outgoing students
Right.
might be a lot still, but the incoming students is going to prop us up in the next few years if we try to keep that at 2 and eventually 3. Is that what?
That is our hope. And I mean, our hope is certainly when you look at the 2 at Blue Hills, that 2 is only 2 because we allowed for open enrollment. And Audrey did an amazing job at recruiting families, actually pulling some back from alternative schools. And so what I think it's that momentum over time in our small schools, making sure that they are offering opportunities for families early on to come and see the amazing work that's being done, to get a sense of the school and community. In addition to that, when you look at a situation like Muir, and I think Michelle's planning on sharing it next week, is how many of those Muir kids, when we look forward, are not neighborhood Muir kids. They're attending the preschool. They may be even out of district, and now they're choosing to stay because Muir has become their community. So it's, again, sort of that patience in, once we get them in the doors in our TK and our preschool programs, can we keep them there as they grow in these programs? So it's that patience of watching that 3-year trend of growth.
And just remembering the whole strategy, TK is such a big part of this. And the reason Regnart was not really on the radar as much before is because they have TK programs that make them a school that's totally within the norm. So imagine when we have a preschool at these small schools, and that's where the TKs are. That alone is going to get them above the 400 level, and it's going to take care of that problem. And then when you have the preschools, it creates more of a actual culture that is going to stay for a longer period of time. So once we start moving our TKs around and rethinking which schools they're on, that helps us with this problem as well, which we haven't really gotten into here.
Right. And then the other reminder is when you're looking at the first tab, that those schools are actually, right, they're bigger than that currently. They have, so Muir has a preschool program on the campus.
Right.
They have 3 transitional kindergarten classrooms. So this is truly their data
through
for
5.
K through 5. Yeah.
Any other clarifying questions on this data?
Yes. Do you have a sense for how the change in employee ability to make choices has made a difference for this year? Have you tracked that? I know we made some changes in what employees could choose, and they could get into lotteries and that kind of thing.
Right.
You may not have that off the
So-
top of your head, but I'd like to know that at some point.
What I can tell you is any employee that wanted to be in our district, I believe I could say at least 99% got their first choice, which is great, with the exception of the alternative schools. So if you were an employee and you lotteried to get into an alternative school, and there was some of the alternative schools because of attrition, right? The next year there was no space. They may be on the waiting list. But if you had a kinder and you wanted to get into an alternative school, you did, although it was a really small number. So I think I had shared the data. There were not a lot of current employees who lotteried to get into the alternative school, which I think was a concern or a discussion here. Were we going to take up all the spaces at alternative schools? I think it was less than, 2 to 3 kids, and not at all programs.
So do you think we got more employees opting into the district who don't live in the district, or maybe not?
We've always
Oh, we
offered it,
always
but
have.
because now that they have a choice,
They had a
yes.
choice, right? Did that make a difference is my question, yeah.
So I don't think our data would tell us that. I think, but my gut would tell us that, yes.
Yeah, well, let's
Yeah.
we'll
Yeah.
do the research, because I'm
I mean,
curious, because we
yeah.
can just ask them.
Well,
you
we
know?
could ask them. We
Yeah.
could say to our employees, what was the difference? Yeah.
Any other clarifying questions on this information? Kristen?
Yes, so during on the slide, accomplishments, the third bullet point, it says advertisements and visitations.
Advertisements, and one of those was the small school advertisement and visitation. So
I
what
see.
happened with most of our small schools, sometime during the spring, they reached out to their neighborhood, either through Nextdoor or through flyers or through banners. Actually, some of them took the list of the kindergarten registrations, knowing that, let's say it's a Blue Hills, you all registered for kindergarten at Blue Hills, and you may have lotteried somewhere else. They use that database to invite families to come and tour their school before they made their final choice. And so what the feedback we got at Blue Hills and Montclair, that was really, really well received. I think the earlier we do it, the better, because if you're doing it in late spring, a family that's choosing to go somewhere other than Cupertino is making that decision this fall. And so making sure that our small schools are continuing over the course of the year to advertise their program to our families.
So I had a question, sorry, Leanne. For the immersion preschool, it's completely separate from Cupertino School District. So are the parents, is there any priority in getting into the?
Because it's not located on that site. And so that's
Okay.
one of the things we'll have to discuss if we shift the program.
Yeah,
But currently, if our families are in preschool at Muir, other than they can't displace neighborhood kids, but Muir is a school that we would grow. If they want to remain at Muir, we will offer that to those families through
Okay.
either inter-district or intra-district.
Okay.
And to be honest with you, that's a selling point. And we do have a handful of families who, we have a couple in the wings that are waiting to see, do we have a space for their older sibling at Muir? And then we have some that were transitional kindergarten at Muir. They went back as kindergartners to their neighborhood school. Their preschooler got in and they said, well, I want my kindergartner back. This is our school. And so we've been able to do those kinds of modifications.
Okay.
Yeah.
Liang, did you have a question? Okay.
So, I guess a comment first. Yeah, I visited the preschool when they had an open house, and some of the parents really value the opportunity that their children will be able to stay at Muir as a priority. So that's a selling point for parents. And so the charge that we have, it doesn't include TK, right? Then for Blue Hills, the number looks really low. So I'm wondering how many extra we got from the open enrollment, and how many students went to the other alternative programs. Because I remember there was a chart. These low enrollment schools actually have a pretty good number of students that go to alternative programs.
We can work
Why don't we bring
Yeah.
to meeting after next, all of our old charts that we did, like you're saying.
Comparing it to the
Yeah.
new
all-
charts.
All
So-
updated so we can talk specifics about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
Yep.
so we'll come back and review all of those.
So what we are hoping is for this year with the STEM program, we would be able to attract a lot of those family back to Blue Hills, or more families would enroll in Blue Hills because
Yeah, and
of
note that
the new
this
program.
number of 306 is, I think, about 15 kids higher than, or
Yes.
10 years. 10
Yes.
kids.
Yeah.
Something like that, more than we had at the end of last year. So that's actually representing a slight growth. But just to think in terms of the TKs, we have about a dozen classes of TK, something like that, across the district. So just imagine if two
Shifting
of
them.
them went here, you've just added 2 kindergarten classes. They're TK, which is considered first year of the 2-year kindergarten, right? So right away, just by doing that number, and then you keep them over the next 5 or 6 years, then this number of 306 is going to be really different once we do that.
So if it's an out-of-district kid who enroll in our preschool program, we are offering them the opportunity to stay in that school, pending that priority to the residents. And how about TK program? If an out-of-district enroll in TK program, or are they allowed to enroll in TK program? Do they also get that priority?
They're allowed to enroll, they're allowed to ask for a transfer to come into the district at any grade level at all, if we have space. So that's not just for TK. So yes, if somebody is eligible for TK, we have plenty of room. They are allowed to ask from their district to get a transfer that would allow us to allow them in. But that's true now.
So once they transfer in TK year, they can stay for the K to
That's
5.
the new law, allows that once they get a
Yeah.
transfer in, they are allowed to stay.
They are allowed to stay. Okay.
Any more clarifying questions? Okay, so we're going to have a 3-minute break and then come back and talk about what success looks like.
3?
3. Do you want 5?
No.
Okay. We back on? We are. Okay. All right, so back. So we discussed the clarifying questions for priority number 3. And so now we can talk about what does success look like. Oh, I forgot to mention, I had a thought during the 3 minutes, and then I clarified it with Leslie, but in our numbers that is showing that we've had some growth at Blue Hills, it's also that it was anticipated that we would have decline. So if we have 10 more students in their butts in seat, that's potentially 20 more because we were going to lose 10. Does that make sense? We used to use that word a lot, butts in seats, right? Didn't we? I think so, yeah.
Cheeks.
We will, yes, okay. So, yeah, Leslie, do you want to say that in a much more beautiful way
No,
than?
no, that's absolutely correct. And then I
Okay.
did go double check. So compared to last year's CBEDS number, so using that as an example, knowing that Blue Hills was going to decline, we knew it was going to. And last year's CBEDS numbers to the date, the 23rd, whenever we pulled that data, they're actually over 20 students more. So so imagine at all of our small schools, with that decline, if we had not done some of those measures to allow for movement of students, open enrollment, they would have lost a teacher. I mean, may have gone somewhere else, but we've allowed that so that they can maintain the teacher. And over time, with the STEAM program or with preschool, TK at those school sites, we really do just think that it will grow. It's just that patience around that notion.
So let's see what success looks like.
So I have two.
Yes,
Can
please.
I say two?
Absolutely.
Okay, so one would be that we would continue to see growth in those small schools and decline in the huge ones. No, that's one.
That's true.
Thank you for waiting, Phyllis. for
And the
second
second one. And the second one is that I hope we would see some planning in place for the magnet schools. I don't expect we'll open them, but at least to begin to see some plans for what they look like, where they're going to be, what the programs would be, that sort of stuff. Because I think that relates to enrollment because I think it's going to help.
Okay. Who would like to go next?
I can go next.
Okay.
So I agree with Phyllis about the magnet school, and I hope we can start introduce this idea to our community, and then maybe have some survey to feel like what's parent feel about those magnet schools. Yeah.
What would be compelling enough to draw them to drive to a school outside their neighborhood kind of thing?
Right.
Yeah.
And also, we not necessarily have the access to reach out resident who is not the parents. But if we are going to have a major bond to support Sarah School, maybe we also need to check if the assess what
Assess the community support.
Yeah.
You guys have captured.
So-
Okay, Liang.
A success would be the gap between the largest school and the smallest school is reduced, and then all the school is more closer to the average size. So yeah.
Anyone else? You all captured some of mine.
That's great. I mean, it's a short list, but it's a mighty list.
So for the smaller schools, that I hope we have advertisement to build up a certain brand for them, that people are encouraged to consider those options.
I agree with you, Liang. I was joking to Craig that we want to walk down the street and know what Cooper Doodle is, and maybe walk down the street and know that Blue Hills is doing STEAM, and so if people are interested in that, they can go. So I think Liang said it well. Advertise for the smaller
Yeah,
schools.
even if they are not magnet school, but then they can have a certain reputation for doing something well. But maybe
Yeah.
each school can pick a certain image that they are building up to.
Okay, any others? Okay, so here's our plan. Board members, tell me what you think, but I think we're gonna do, lunch is actually here, but we're gonna not eat it for a few minutes. We're gonna do priority number 4 and then start priority number 5. And then at 12, maybe break for lunch. Does that Sound reasonable? Phyllis, Kristen?
Yeah,
Leanne?
given the time, I'm gonna recommend that we try to, and I don't think priority 4 will take a long time, and that we, because there's a reading assignment that goes with the next one, that we just do this and hand out the paper so you have some time to read, and then we'll take a break to eat all at once, and then come back and do
Priority 5.
rest of 5. Okay, that's good.
Sound good? Okay, so let's get to priority number 4.
Jeff, is this one you, or Leslie, between you, yeah.
Yeah, we're going to sort of share, we're going to tag team. So priority 4 is to build a district and community-wide culture of trust and transparency with all stakeholder groups. And this is a big, huge amount of work that Jeff engaged in last year. And so really, I'm just reiterating the work that he and his team did and the work that I will be picking up this year. And so, thought exchange was a huge accomplishment, a different way to engage community, including students, in gathering information about their thinking. In addition to that, Jeff, his team, and Pam Durham have really, really looked at our website and tried to continue to revamp and improve the flow by looking at other websites, by going through the input that they're getting from community members or people that use it, looking at what pages are hit on more often than others, so that and really looking also at the comments that are coming to Craig through Ask Dr. Baker. There's lots of comments that come up over and over again. So he and his team over the course of the year continued to look at, okay, based on getting these questions, we know where to find the information, but how do we make it more easily accessible to our stakeholder groups? And so, those are just, 3 top accomplishments that his office worked on over the course of last year. Anything to add to that?
Just the other part that sometimes gets lost in our website updates is our ADA compliance, so making the website more accessible for all. And so we're following pretty high standards for accessibility with it. So sometimes we don't always see those updates, but we are increasing our viewership for all of our community members as well.
So then we'll shift into challenges and opportunities. And, one of the things that we talked about as we were collaboratively planning this is with communication and with transparency with our stakeholder and our community, you never will know when enough is enough. And so it's continuing to make sure that we don't let down on our communication, that we are open and honest about our communication, and that we are communicating proactively as much as possible. And so we do know, and we've heard this, we heard a lot of great feedback last year about the personal connections that Craig was able to make with stakeholder groups, staffs. And so we know that our community as a whole, and when I speak of community, I'm talking about teachers, I'm talking about our custodians, I'm talking about our parents and our students, that they really want opportunities to make personal connections with the people across the district. And so we'll continue to look for how do we make sure that we allow for those opportunities, for those personal face-to-face connections. Another is just being, like I had mentioned, being proactive, getting ahead of rumors, making sure that we are communicating and telling the story so that individuals are not telling a different story for us. And so, our opportunity is to be vigilant about that as a board and as an executive team, and truly also our principals, is how do we make sure that we are understanding the pulse of what's going on and responding to the groups. Other things to add? No? Okay. And then next steps. Craig, I think you were going to talk through this one, and the one thing I did not mention was soup in a loop, and so I don't know if you want another way of communicating and making those personal connections, but it's not on our slides. But
Well, so in terms of next steps, what we had come up with is that we basically just want to stay the course with proactive communication. It's a perennial problem. You can never do enough of it, and we just have to keep getting better and better at it. And we think that the best engagement strategy we have this year is the strategic planning process, where we will be having just dozens and dozens of conversation with all facets of our community. And so this is a great year, I think, to build, as Leslie was saying, that direct connection with people. I will talk about at the, first of all, I want to say the opening kickoff thing went so well for the district, and the staff have been talking about it a lot because it really was the first time in forever that they were all together, because we did it we live streamed it. Everybody engaged in it. Every staff had the entire staff in their staff rooms at their sites engaging in it, and we gave them a little activity to do afterward to focus on kindness as a community and things like that. People that I run into said that they haven't had that, that in fact they stopped going to the breakfast because you can only fit a few hundred people. We're 1,700 staff, right? Where do you get 1,700 people together in any way? So we're really focused on how we get everyone. Oh, how
Sorry.
She takes it away. I
She's-
have it
she
here.
took-
She
sorry.
takes it. So I just want to point out that that's already underway for this year. And then what I told everybody is one of the things I'm going to change is instead of doing the staff, which is the superintendent's teacher advisory, that we're going to do, I'm going to open it up more and do it as videoing, live streaming with everybody, with all staff. It doesn't have to be, why is that just a teacher group? This is a time for them to engage with me, ask questions, hear the state of affairs, what's going on, and so we'll call them that soup in the loop. And so I will be doing that this year going forward. And then the last thing I do want to do with you is a quick exercise with this thing called crystal ball or peering around corners. Because in terms of communication, the main thing that we have to do is think about what is that thing we're not thinking about now that might be a problem that will be a big topic that takes us off course. How do we get ahead of the communication? So I'm going to ask you to just quickly, we're going to brainstorm what are some of those things we're not even thinking about that may be unrelated to any of this that is a reality in our community. And I'm going to throw out the first one. We're going to have a lot of change in terms of board membership in this coming year, right? It is going to happen, and that can be a big issue for the district, right? So we want to be proactive in communicating about it, planning for it, getting ahead of what the rumors are going to be about it, and telling the right story in relation to that, right? So that's just one example, but there are probably many. What is going on in the world, in our world, I mean, politically, socially, in any way that we have to pay attention to and worry about? And by the way, this is something all the admin team did. We'll share with you what they came up with as well, so we can take a look at each other's lists. So any thoughts about that? What comes to mind? Other than board.
Yes, so we will have some new board members, but also just in the political scene, it's an election year. And so the next couple months, there's elections coming of all kinds of people, plus some of our board members. So I think that just adds to what rumors are and what people are thinking because of who's running for what.
Related to board, I heard from two different sets of parents that they are concerned about the teaching or teacher quality that in their classroom. So it's something we probably should communicate. What's the best way to for parents to provide feedback, and what kind of process is there? So I told them to contact their principal, and it seems some of them are concerned about they don't want to be the one that's going forward. Then do I have a process to help? We want all the staff to be successful at what they do. Then how do we approach that in a positive way that help everyone?
Any other crystal ball, what you think might be hot topics coming up?
I don't have a crystal ball.
Good one. Phyllis, do you have a crystal ball?
No, just the board. I mean, it's possible that I will be the only one left if Leanne is elected to the city council. So, yeah, in a lot of ways, I'm looking forward to that. In a lot of ways, I'm not. Not that I won't miss everybody, but I don't know. I don't know what to think about it.
We
that's my
finally
crystal
can,
ball.
like, three of us sitting in the same room and talk about something else.
There you go. We can't do that yet.
Yeah.
Now we can do that.
That is true. All right, we don't have to force it, and again, you can look at the list that the admins came up with, and maybe that'll, later on, we'll,
So I guess I do wonder where our district office will be, what will be the plan. And do we plan to
Yeah.
move it, build it, or something?
yeah.
Then,
Yeah, I think, well, and the whole city plan, what's happening with Valco area, that's all tied to also where we going to be. So, yeah.
yeah, and yeah, I mean, Volco is looking at 2,400 to 4,000 units of housing, and then Stevens Creek, they already have a project that's building 500, and more will be coming. So, how will that affect Collins, Sedgwick, and Hyde, which are already very to capacity? So that's something we will be dealing with in the next few years.
We open to suggestion? Sure.
Think you need to be proactive and mindful to your next bond and parcel. That will be in our timeline in the next 2 years probably for bond, or 3 or 4.
Oh, yeah. Just to repeat from the audience, we have be mindful of the parcel tax and bond if we're going to go out for those in the
Yeah.
future in the next couple years.
If you don't mind repeating it so we can capture.
Is it on?
It should be. Is it not working? Uh-oh.
You can share. We're sharing.
That might
Be careful, Stoma will snatch it away from you.
So Soma already repeated bond and parcel, and then the other one that comes to mind is you are looking at reopening or establishing a new school for the first time since 2005 in this district, and just being mindful to getting ahead of the community engagement for potentially looking at reopening Sarah.
I was just going to say one thing good about this crystal ball activity in this trust and transparency section. Is when we interviewed superintendents last summer, we had kind of a question about how do you know if things are going to be hot topics, and the candidate replied that you got to treat everything like it could turn into something, because you don't know what your community's response is. And so just to have a lot of transparency up front in everything that you do, so that, because you can't guess, you don't, like Kristen said, we don't have a crystal ball. So I think, I don't know, treat everything like it could be something.
So along the same line, I think we have the STEAM initiative, and I don't think we have communicated that well with the community. So how much of an investment is that going to turn into one-to-one iPad that we have technology but not the professional support? So how we can there are so many directions you can go even with STEAM or Maker. Then get the community involved, get their talent, their expertise involved, so that we can move in a very good direction and be the pioneer on that.
iPad, right?
I should
Yeah.
say the perception might be
Ah.
from it, so we
Yeah.
can get ahead of the communication. Yeah.
Crystal ball topics only.
I thought of something like we have a lot of new leadership this year, including like the new principals in places. I think principal is a very, 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 very important for school side. It also build up the school culture and the school climate. So I think that's something we need to watch closely as well, like how the community, teacher, parents, and the principals support each other.
Good ones. Anyone else have one?
So I think we have improved a lot in our trust and transparency, but I'm thinking in terms of performance evaluation, we don't right now have this we have only the top-down evaluation, but not feedback from the report.
Would that be a measure for later?
So,
We'll talk about that in what does success look like, maybe.
oh, okay, maybe.
Any more on crystal ball?
In a way, in the
Crystal
crystal ball, we're
ball,
looking for things that aren't necessarily directly tied to instruction. It's like what, in the larger arena of community, what might be coming up that we're not thinking of, because frankly, we're thinking about evaluation, we think about,
Oh,
enrollment, we feel like we're gonna do a good job of staying ahead there. And we're looking for, what are those things that maybe we should have thought of but we didn't, and now we're spending all this energy to undo what the community took control of instead of us being ahead of it, essentially, so.
So Leanne alluded to this as well, but I think all the Cupertino development, Valco and all of that is gonna have some impact on us, and we don't know what that's gonna be, but there's a lot of politics involved in what's going on at the city level.
Okay, so let's move on now to, so we're just looking at this trust and transparency priority number 4. And then I think there's nothing, does anyone have clarifying questions or?
I do have a clarifying
Okay, no
question.
problem. Good.
So, I went to the website and for some reason I cannot find the board meeting date for 2018 and 19. I only can find 17 and 18 and the year before. So
We're going to change that, but they're all listed in board docs. So one of the things we were
but
moving.
I mean, like for the community want to know what's the upcoming date for our.
So right now, all those dates are listed in board docs on the front
Oh,
page
I
of board docs, and within it, there's nothing on the website. So one of the things we were doing was moving away from that the past year, but we have actually brought it back based on a conversation yesterday for the template that we use that identifies when the board meetings are. We will bring that back to your guys' Board of Education page. So we're going to work on building that.
So if there is a video link and meeting minutes where,
Board docs would host all those.
oh, like,
And there's gonna be a button that will get you there.
So that way, so when
We're working on that, and the
Yeah.
bottom line is we're working on that, we're aware of that problem, and
okay,
we'll have that solved,
okay.
yeah.
And if I can add, it actually, I think Pam was working on it yesterday, and if you go on now, it's accessible both on Board Docs, but we do have them now listed on the webpage, so a parent can find them either way. Yeah, so they
And
are there.
If you see problems, just let us know, we'll work on it more.
Thank you.
So I have a question.
Yes.
Craig, are you getting much traffic on Ask Dr. Baker?
Actually, a lot, but frankly, a lot of it are things that people would send through another means to somebody anyway, but it has kind of made a stream for people to know that's where you go and ask that question. So a lot of it, honestly, I bet you 90% is about enrollment. What
Yep.
school does my kid go to? I have a 5-year-old, but yeah, I mean, so they tend to be stuff that go to Leslie and the assignment team. And then, but the rest of we get some interesting one from students actually from time to time.
Oh, cool.
And, that we, I usually answer those because I like to be able to do that. And, but I mean, some of them are just like, oh, I never thought of that, right? They're all kinds, but primarily they're about registration, enrollment kind of things.
I had a couple of things that aren't necessarily clarifying, but just some points to add to. So, Leslie, when you mentioned that Jeff had done a lot of this work, I agree, and I wanted to say a lot of this trust and transparency goal was the board's goal too, right? We wanted to increase trust and transparency in the board, and one of the ways I think we've done it is live stream the meetings and videotape the meetings. And I can see from Jeff and Pam and Mahmood and other people that I'm forgetting, but it's a lot of work to set up the meetings and get the equipment and make sure it's all working and testing and the mics. And so I do appreciate that you have helped us become more transparent, and it's a lot of work, and thank you. And then Craig, also, I wanted to comment on Leslie also saying get ahead of the rumors in the opening day for the teachers. He just went up there and said in front of the whole staff, like, there are rumors and please come to me, my door is open. And so I think that was really strong too, to to allow people to come to you and ask you, and that you said that. So thank you for that. And then also for the board members in building trust and transparency. Like, we haven't been meeting this summer, but I know that, like, you know, we've been on vacations, we've had tragedies happen, we've had a lot going on, and despite that, we're meeting with people that contact us like on the same day of coming back from a vacation or some tragedy happening. So thank you for meeting with all those people and continuing to build our trust and transparency. Okay, so
I have a comment.
clarifying, yeah.
So, I guess kind of a comment. So it's really nice we have thought exchange that enable the district to communicate with all the parents. But I'm wondering, maybe we are missing a kind of a way for parents in the same group, the same school to communicate with each other. I think some schools have certain channel, but some schools don't. And so for a new parent who join a community, it might be hard. And maybe something we can build up for, like for CLIP program, there is a group for each grade level. Then even after the kids left the school, that whole grade is still communicated. We can use that even for fundraising for CEF. So if we can build that kind of better communication with our parents ongoing, that would be great.
So is everyone ready to transition to that, to the what does success, because I think, Liang, that was a good thing about what does success look like. Any more clarifying questions, Phyllis or Kristen? Okay, so let's transition to that. So now we're just brainstorming what success looks like.
I don't know if this goes here or under enrollment, but I've had a number, probably 10 or 12 parents contact me by email about their concern about the enrollment process and what happens when they come here to enroll their child. So I would just like for people to be really comfortable and really feel welcomed and, yeah.
Kristen?
So I think staff's morale is very important as well as to see if our transparency and trust success or not. So, but maybe survey will serve that purpose to kind of understand what's the morale. And also maybe some interview with the principal on the school side to understand their staff morale in the school.
Anything else on what does success look like for trust and transparency?
I guess I echo Phyllis said about the enrollment process, and yeah, I didn't get that many feedback about that, but then maybe a couple. So it seems we probably need to look at the process so it can be more user-friendly, especially we want more students to come in. And also, I feel for a new parent who just moved into a community, they don't know anyone. If we can provide a better parent support, they can join and feel they are a part of the community, then we might keep them in, retain our parents and students too. Yeah.
Yeah, no, and I agree with Liang. Like, I think sometimes we have some supports in place if you have some challenge, but just for the average Joe parent that's new, like someone did post on Nextdoor. I don't know if you guys saw it, but they're like, I don't know anybody, my kid doesn't know anybody, and they were just, so I think I know we have special funding for some categories of students, but if there's, I forget what it's called, liaison or something, but along the lines of what Liang is saying, to support for everybody, right? Even if they're a native English speaker from our own country, can we provide support so that they can get connected?
I got a message from Derek the other day with a family who came in and his parent liaison. He connected this family, and I don't even think they spoke the same language, right? But
Yeah,
with the
yeah.
parent liaison, so the language didn't matter in this
Okay.
situation. And those kinds of connections, what we're seeing at the schools where we have the liaisons in place, make a huge difference.
Yeah.
Because sometimes parents don't really want to talk to the principal or the
Right.
counselor. They really want to talk to other parents. And so, it's working with this, I think it's two-pronged. It's working with student assignment department to make sure that when they walk in the door to register their children, that they feel welcome, and their question is just important as the same question someone else asked 5 minutes ago. And then establishing that at the school sites. How do we network families, and how do we put them together with one another? And there are some schools that are doing some dynamic things, so it's sharing those things that are really working and replicating them across the district.
And maybe we can even start with newborn, 2-year-old, because we are getting them connected, and they will become our future tutor parents.
Any other brainstorming ideas on what success looks like for this priority?
Sorry.
No,
I
okay.
had
Is
an
it a
idea.
brainstorm idea?
This
Yeah.
idea was for the crystal ball.
Okay,
It
okay.
escaped me. I'm trying to remember.
Okay, one last crystal
It's
ball.
traffic safety. I think we had a fatality in Sunnyvale. A pedestrian got hit, and then there was another. So I think we will be seeing more. Traffic is getting worse. It's going to get worse with all the development. So that's something. The traffic procedures around schools that we should.
Okay, thank you. And I have a clarifying question. Were you saying we should launch priority number 5 or not?
No, I think other than everybody there are 3 different very quick reads that we want for that one.
This one, unless you want,
Okay, that's fine.
we can hold back
Hold
on
those.
these.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
we'll build
just
it
the
in.
one, which is take you 3 minutes to get through. And when do you want to?
Okay, so how about then we have 45-minute lunch, so we come back at 40? Or is that too long? 12:40? What do you think, Kristen, Phyllis, Lynn?
7:52 right now.
Yeah, I know, I couldn't do that
That's
quick.
40.
Okay,
38.
12:30 to eat lunch and read, is that,
And back at 12:30.
yeah, does that sound good? Okay, and then we'll start on the strategic plan. Thank you. Okay, we're back from lunch and ready to continue the meeting. We were going to begin by talking about priority number 5.
Okay, so priority 5, actually Allison and I are going to tag team on this one. So it is to take the first steps towards creating a long-range strategic plan that clarifies our vision for students and major goals and priorities for CUSD. And so as you know, looking at last year's accomplishment, the board had numerous conversations about strategic plans, starting off where Jeff led a process where you were able to review a variety of strategic plans and give input on your preferences. We presented in the spring, or Jeff presented in the spring, a draft timeline for board input, and we're going to talk to you about that today. It's pretty much the same plan with some slight revisions and some more depth to it. And then Craig and Jeff and the team, we engaged with the consulting firms. We gathered input from consulting firms, and actually from our new staff that came in and had some current strategic planning experiences. And we've begun to create our activities and our engagement strategies to lead us over the course of the year. And so what we're going to do, or what Allison's going to do, is she's going to walk you through an activity that launched our conversation with all management just a couple weeks ago. This will be fun.
Yeah. Sure, yeah.
When we get to that.
Yeah, I'll do that. Just give me the thumbs up.
Okay. Okay, we're switching over to a new slide deck to introduce this part. It's linked to our other slides behind the apple, if you're interested in looking at that. And the reason why we're switching over is because we're also preparing to use a similar deck for our community engagement sessions. So others will be engaging in this process. So, and I love this because we're hooking all the way back to priority 1 now, because how we are diving into our strategic planning process really starts with the kids. And that's the place where we're beginning today, is this notion of what is our vision for our students in the future. And the Portrait of a Graduate process is a way to facilitate that conversation here with you today, and then also with different stakeholders across our community. So in the reading that was attached to the agenda and that we were kind of previewing at lunch as well, the Portrait of a Graduate piece, it kind of goes through this process. So this is just the visual representation of that idea of gathering input from the community and then creating what our portrait of a graduate is here in CUSD. So our hopes for our students, our community's aspirations for the future. So as you were reading through that, and
Would you say a little bit more about how we came across the portrait,
Yeah.
where it's coming from, and
yeah.
the fact that the county is doing some of it?
Right, yes, that's important background. So, many districts are thinking about what students need for the future, and we're connected with other schools, other school districts in our county and also across the nation in a variety of ways, but one of those is through a group called Ed Leader 21 and their partner group called Battelle for Kids. So this is kind of a think tank group that is really nationwide, thinking about what our kids need for success in the future. And so this process of Portrait of a Graduate has been used here locally within some school districts in our county and also across the nation. Actually, our Ed Services team, some of us will be attending their annual event to see the journey that other districts have taken in this process and how it can help us get to, our final product of the strategic plan and really help set our course. I think what's important and different about this in comparison to a traditional process is it really is starting with lots of time and lots of engagement about what we want for our students, what our community values for who our kids will become as they take this journey with us through the grades. And then, as they're leaving us, the idea of a graduate is, meaning who will our learners be as they grow and develop through the system and as they prepare to graduate on from 8th grade and take their next steps. So it's meant to help us think about what we'd like those steps to be along the way and how those steps set up our kids for success, not just in their academic careers, but as people in the future. So it's meant to kind of ignite that conversation and get us focused, as it says in priority 1, on our kids as a first step in strategic planning.
Yeah, and then I'll just, by way of reminder, the board last year, one of our tasks was looking at, I think we looked at 6 different strategic plans, and then we talked about the portions of those that we liked. And so one of the common factors was that it had to have a good vision statement about kids, and that had to be core to what the strategic plan was. That was in all the ones that you liked. You said that wasn't a critical way of starting, really. So we thought we ought to use a process similar to develop that first as our first phase.
I know also you've talked about the importance of making the strategic plan real and connected to everybody in the community, and I think spending a good chunk of time around this question at the beginning is the way that people feel connected to a strategic plan, because that's why we're all here. Everybody has something to say about what we want for our kids, and so really diving deep into that community conversation, it helps us find that connection. So by the time we are getting to more of the nitty-gritty details, we can anchor ourselves in that community set of aspirations and push forward on the work. Okay, so does anybody have any questions or want to make any comments related to just the document and this idea of a portrait of a graduate?
Do people need time to look at it again?
No, we looked at it. Did you all have a chance to look at it at lunch? Okay, or before? Okay, no, we're good.
I think it's okay to consider this kind of a loose outline because we'll want to customize our way of doing this. And really the essential, it's not so important to know, every little bullet box on here, but more the sense of, we are going to be engaging the community and then synthesizing that feedback along the way in order to get to what our portrait of a graduate means here in our district. And Leslie will explain more about how we'll go about the community engagement and the timeline and more of the details and dates for all of that. But this concept of beginning with this conversation and then moving that conversation through the community is really the essential piece here.
This is I want to say it was about a 12-page document, something like that, that actually has for each of these to-dos, checklists, and things like that make it very specific what you can follow. But we didn't want to get that detailed. So what you have is Marie basically cut this down into a shorter version of the basics. So that's what you have here.
So our plan to engage the community starts with providing a series of inputs in relation to this idea. So at our All Management Advance, we also shared this document and the set of inputs that I'll be sharing with you today. And then at Monday's principals meeting, we'll be checking back on this conversation with them and talking to them about how they can use the tools also to bring to their schools. At the All Management meeting, we also talked about each department, how will each department and team, certificated and classified, connect to this, and what kinds of adjustments might we need to make along the way to be sure everybody has a touch point. And so Leslie will dig into those pieces as we get later in the presentation. This part today, what's going to happen is we're going to offer you some inputs in the form of readings and videos, and it's going to be 3 chunks. So the first set, you're going to have a reading and a video, and there'll be a guiding question. So we'll have some time to read the very short piece, watch the video, and consider the guiding question, and then we'll discuss what resonates for you in that moment. And then we'll go back to more input, and we'll have another video and a different guiding question, and then we'll ask for your feedback, and then a third time. And just so you know kind of where it's going here, after we get through the 3, then we'll say, what's coming up if we were to look across all 3 of those conversations? What's bubbling up for you as kind of a theme across all 3? And we'll just see, what's bubbling up. We don't need to get into anything, firm, but just what feels important as we're talking about this today. And then we will share with you the comments from the All Management Advance, so you can kind of see what came up there and how does that connect to your thinking. And we'll be recording your ideas on the chart paper along the way, and all of this will feed into the longer community process that Leslie will explain after we get through our big conversation. We'll dig into, okay, so what's next? Do you want to add anything there? Okay.
Sounds good.
All right.
So we were gonna, since we don't have that many audience members here, we're gonna invite you to sit up here with us while we watch these. You're welcome to sit up here.
Okay, so in this set of inputs, this is the only time where we have both a reading and a video, and the reading is coming around right now. It's just a quick, the top 10 qualities that employers are looking for. And our guiding question number 1 is, what are the hopes, aspirations, and dreams that our community has for our young people?
Addison, can I ask a question? So are those video and the guiding questions has been shared with other stakeholders?
So we've done it at the all management advance, and now you, and then the next step will be school
Simple.
site and community
Okay.
meetings. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So this,
This will be posted with the board agenda.
we didn't post it in advance because we wanted to have everybody have their moment of input together here for
Yeah.
thinking purposes, but we will post it along with the other materials. It might already be. I don't know where Renee is with that process, but that was our thinking, and it's also why we're not giving you the all management comments up front, you know, because we want to see what authentically comes from you, and then we'll bring those out. We'll make everything available as well. And are we ready to
Ready to
start?
roll, yeah.
Yeah, so
Thank
go
you.
ahead and give that a quick read, thinking about the guiding question.
Wait, we're not
And
watching a video right
You're going
now?
to do the quick read first,
Okay.
and we won't discuss the reading. We're going to do reading, and then video, and then discussion.
Okay.
It's just so I'll keep an eye out for when we're ready.
Okay.
We're ready for our video. Does anybody need a little more time? Okay.
What do we think of when we think of the future? As a country, we've always embraced the future and discussed many big ideas about what the future may hold. All of us have a common interest in the future: kids. What does the future hold for them? Our current system is failing our kids and our country. We know that America is falling behind. We are not getting kids where they need to be in reading, science, and math. Education is a critical part of the solution to every problem we face. The key question is, what does the future of learning look like, and how will we create it? When we think about the future, we're usually doing one of two things: dreaming or dreading. When we dream, we start with an idea, a positive trend, and take this idea to its logical conclusion. We imagine a utopia that represents our hopes for all that's possible. Maybe that idea is a belief in the promise of technology to transform learning. What would that look like? We might dream of being able to assess each student's needs, and then magically give them exactly what they need, exactly when they need it. But this is impossibly perfect and simplistic, ignoring the complexities of the learning process. When we dread, we start with a fear, a downward trend, and we likewise play out this idea to its logical conclusion. We imagine a dystopia, one filled with our fears of what might happen in the future. Here, the very same issue, the use of technology in the classroom, might veer off in a completely wrong direction with dreadful outcomes. Kids trapped in a matrix of robotic instruction. Of course, this is equally simplistic and ignores technology's potential. Whether dreaming or dreading, our role in the future we imagine is usually passive, where the future is something that happens to us and to those around us. But there's a third way we can think about the future. Between dreaming and dreading lies designing. For designers, the future isn't a far-off place. It's a place where they work every day. Design is a form of activism. We imagine the future we want, then pick up the tools to start building it. Designers see the world as a kit of parts. They reshape and reassemble the best pieces from what's already out there to create something new and better. So what does it take to rethink learning? It's not about replication. It's about selecting and integrating many different parts to create the foundation of a new model. This is the art of integrative design. From birth to adulthood, society's purpose is critical to accelerate our learning. And what's most important for kids today is learning how to learn. Society must develop learners ready to tackle challenges they cannot anticipate. Education is the system we created to serve that purpose. Over 100 years ago, we invented modern schooling to send kids to one of three main places: the factory, the farm, or the university. We always lost some kids, but this model provided a middle-class life for most and economic growth. Over time, the economy changed. Farm jobs diminished and office jobs surged. College grads always had better access, but there was also a path straight from high school to the office. As office work changed, it got harder to get there from high school. Eventually, that path disappeared. College became the main path to opportunity. We started sending more kids to college, but we didn't change the overall system. Education broke down, trapping too many kids on paths that no longer made sense for them or for the country. As farm and factory jobs continued to decline, we started to lose even more students. The retail sector rose up to catch them, but these low-skill, low-wage jobs often failed to move kids forward in life. With the decline of good jobs, kids had nowhere to go. Retail increasingly offered the only alternative. We lost even more students to dead-end futures. More high school graduates tried to get into college, but found they were not prepared for success, academically or financially. Fortunately, community colleges emerged to help people re-engage in their own learning and seek new pathways forward. They helped many students get back on track, but most students still found their way to community college on their own, or by accident. Today, far too many kids exit the K-12 system feeling stuck. Our model of school is broken. To understand how it's broken, we need to look inside. We see a system of 6 parts which create a student's experience. First, what they learn, how they learn, and how we know they're learning, and also where and when learning happens and who's involved. How we configure these parts determines how kids move through the learning process. More often than not, these parts form rigid barriers blocking the way forward or putting kids on the wrong path. Various innovators have focused on adjusting 1 or 2 of these parts to help kids move forward. This has spurred important progress. But this approach is not the answer. What we need is learning integrated by design, addressing all parts at once rather than 1 or 2 in isolation. When we get this right, we make it possible for kids to accelerate their learning, to move forward in the direction they want to go. The best design models require kid power. Students must apply themselves to the learning process. It's our job to give them this chance, and we believe that's more possible now than ever before. Our research shows that a few key attributes are central to the new models we need. Future of learning models must be personalized, learner-driven, applied, cost-effective, and tech-enabled. And of course, kids don't power this system on their own. For every model, a set of outside conditions can either block its progress or help it take off and really work for kids. Without the right conditions, better models cannot take hold and scale. But just imagine what the future of learning would look like if we aligned these new models with the conditions that help them succeed. It would be a future where schools help kids get what they need to become successful learners and to accelerate their learning. But while school remains critical, it's not the only place where learning happens. Kids must be able to explore all their opportunities for learning, both in school and beyond. When we create a single integrated system, students will practice becoming lifelong learners, ready to go on to college or good jobs, ready for the challenges and opportunities of the future that awaits them. This is society's new purpose. We're already mapping this new learning ecosystem. We call our map the Human Capital Continuum, the paths that learners travel from birth to age 26 as they prepare for success.
This is where it
in the
turns to
adult
an
world.
advertisement.
And we're far too
And if I could just say, I want everyone to know that everything we're sharing with you, from articles to videos, were not chosen because they have some kind of answer. They're purposefully provocative, and you may totally disagree, and it's meant to spark conversation, not to give any kind of answers to the problem.
Yes. So we hope you'll highlight areas that resonated in either direction. You know, you felt you agreed, or things that felt like it wasn't, you know, they weren't the right fit. Let's highlight those too. So our guiding question is here, and I invite you to brainstorm responses to that, and I'll be charting your thoughts over here. What came up for you as you read the article and you saw that video?
What are your hopes for children in this community as community members, or what you think the community has as aspirations to be any of that?
I'll just start here, because there's a conversation I recently had with a number of coworkers whose kids have just started college, and so you start having that conversation of, you know, and I think one part of it is actually relative. I think people want their kids to have done better than them, right? I know maybe it's not the absolute measure you're looking for, but I think that's different for everybody. And then there were a set of folks that talked about wanting to have their kids have made a difference in the world. And again, that's up to interpretation, but not just sort of a mundane life, but they actually did something and sort of have left a mark. So I'll just share those two thoughts to start with.
Soft skills actually come to mind for me even more than maybe the academics. You know, that we're raising compassionate, ethical, collaborative young people who can embrace diversity and and there.
I'm not sure if this is like properly responding to the guiding question, but when I read the paper, like a lot of there were a couple of things that I thought, I have a 16 and an 18-year-old, so I was thinking of them, but there's a couple of things that I thought they could get from school, but a lot of them, like honesty and communication, a lot of the things I was thinking they either get from home with their parents or from their extracurricular activities. And so I was kind of thinking, wow, like, how would they get all this from school? Or how do we engage with the community and the extracurricular activities as better partners, since that's where kids are going to learn a lot of this?
I think the theme that you mentioned, Craig, which I didn't see the opening, but the whole notion of kindness and caring and having compassion for the people around you, and I think that would be not related to academics, but important for me.
You guys share mics when it's your turn. Just say it into the mic. Okay.
Well, I just have some random thoughts. First of all, those 10 qualities not necessarily get from school. We all agree a lot of time parents set out the example, and they learn it from street smart and all kind of things. And secondly, I don't really buying that video. One of the reasons is I think there is a lot of assumptions there. For example, like when we're talking about competitions, it says the reading, math, and I forgot another one, science maybe, and then the top one is Shanghai, China. But think about like if you're really talking about competition, if the Shanghai, China kids are really competitive with U.S. kids, I have no answer, but I really believe it's when we're talking about competition, it's a lot of things. For example, like besides those three academic stuff, how about your public speaking? How about how strong your body, or all kind of different things, right? And the other thing I kind of feel is lacking here is no matter how the school system's strong or not or something, there is no way you can avoid a competition. So, I mean, you definitely can prepare, do the better preparation for our kids, but at the same time, you didn't really solve the root of the problem, which is the competition. Because if everybody get the same thing, but you still have such a limited job or such a limited slot for people thinking about maybe that's American dream or people thinking that's a good life, because there's no way you can avoid the competition. So it's just my
From
random.
an aspirational perspective, you're saying that what we want for our children is that they are able to compete successfully in the world.
Right.
Right. Okay. Yeah, 'cause again, we're not needing to even react to the film itself and whether it's just spark ideas. So, what are the aspirations? So, being competitive in the
Right.
So
Yeah, Leanne.
I think this is a really good 10 skills. So one of them is grit, determination, and perseverance, persistence. Whatever they decide to do, they might fail one day, and then they have the ability to keep going and get back up. And I think the concept of competitiveness is we are assuming everyone wants the same thing, and then you are competing for the same thing. But then we need to let the kids know that there are so many paths to success. Success is really defined by yourself. Even when you don't get into that college, get into that something, doesn't mean you failed. It just means you get the chance to explore other opportunities out there that might be even better. So I hope that we build this sense in our kids that there is really not one definition of success, and they can choose a path that's successful as long as it's something that's good for them. Don't put yourself down because other people think that's not an important job. A janitor who does a really good job and is helping giving us such a nice, complete room and enjoy their job, that's a successful job. I once in a hotel, there's a janitor. He has a cart. He decorates his cart with all kind of leftovers from the rooms. So that's a person that really respected his job, and he really made that a star janitor car. So that's the kind of thing I wish we can give our kids.
Along those same lines, I don't think we do a very good job in public education of preparing kids for jobs like that. I don't think everybody necessarily needs to go to college or be an engineer or whatever. I think we need tradespeople and we need those kinds of people, and I think we don't value that enough in our schools.
And to go along with what Phyllis is saying too is I liked this article, and I also liked the video, but I also see like when I go to statewide videos or national videos, the focus on what a lot of students in the rest of the country are going through is different than this hyper competitive area. So and we have some opposite, like there was one video I saw like where they were saying kids need to be encouraged to go to college. Like here, maybe it's the opposite, right? So I think it's in listening to the national and state conversation, we have to be super mindful that this area is very different. In fact, most of the I don't know the percentage, but in the California, a lot of school districts are predominantly lower income students, right? And we don't have that here, so it's just a difference.
Yeah, I agree. I think, yeah, that said, I think our strategic plan does need to fit our community, and we do have a community with a lot of parents and also kids who are highly competitive, and that's a great thing. Some people need that competitiveness and that they have that drive, but some people there are all kinds of learners, and our strategic plan do need to fit the kind of community we are, not nationally, not statewide, but Cupertino Union parents. So
I was just going to say, I think that's a fantastic point. I think when you talk about what are the hopes and aspirations and dreams of our community, you're hitting on that, because I think for a lot of families, their aspirations and dreams are college here. And like Phyllis said earlier today, I thought it was so powerful when you said it's really hard to be average in Cupertino, and that how do you balance those two things in our hopes for a portrait of a graduate, that how do we honor that it's really hard to be average, and that being average sometimes is exactly what is the definition of success for any of our particular learners, and yet the aspirations and dreams for many in this community are more.
I'd like to touch on that. You say balance, and I think we might be losing our drive of balance because we're trying to be Shanghai. We're trying to be super academic, and we're forgetting about vocationals. I mean, I had shop. I worked with wood as a kid. I remember it. I had friends that could go and work on cars, and those were great classes. And some friends, that's what they pursued. They are trades folks. And so that balance, we're losing it. And, we need to let our kids get into the garden and dig their dirt and get their hands dirty and figure out that working with your hands is, you can walk away at the end of the day and I built something, I made something tangible. And that's so uplifting. And I'm afraid our kids are losing that because they just need that 4.8 GPA to get
to get into Harvard.
Yes. So
Or to get in nowhere.
Not even Cal Poly, apparently.
Yeah.
Sorry, Phil.
Balance is important.
yeah, I think I'm kind of not the traditional Asian parent, but then I do feel our school emphasizes too much on that top 5 to 10% of students who do have that parents who are driving them, and there are kids who are that capable and competitive for that. I remember when my kids first entered into high school, they have a college's admission similar planning. It's all about Ivy League schools and all that. How about the other 80% of students who are happy to go into any not top 10, the bottom 2,000, 3,000 schools, and they are perfectly happy to go there, but then they still need advice on how to get there. And or the ones who might choose to go to building trades, they have amazing apprenticeship programs in building trades, metal sheet workers, and our kids don't even know that opportunity exists. That's a very stable job opportunity, but we don't really make kids don't even know about that and value that kind of career. So yeah, I think we do want to fit our vision to the larger portion that's larger than other districts, that's very competitive, but also there are a lot of other Asian kids who are not academically Ling Ning, and they grow up with this stereotype. I'm supposed to be good at math, but not all Asian students are. Some of them are good at literature, good at art, good at other things, but then they grew up with this sense that I'm not sufficient, because that stereotype is we give ourselves to. So somehow we can help our kids feel better that they have a more well-rounded talent.
I think what I hear you saying is embrace learners where they're at, yeah? Yeah.
Well, I think, and I like what she put up here also is then watch out for the stereotypes and biases that everybody, the Asian community feels this way, or that, that we have to be careful. Because
Yeah,
everybody's different.
we have stereotype for ourselves too, and our kids. Yeah.
So each of the videos, they're going to be hitting on a lot of the same kinds of topics. So I thought maybe we could take a couple more comments if we have some on this, and then I'll keep pushing us along. And I think a lot of the ideas will connect across the conversation too. Any final comments on this one? We can always come back to one.
Just that in listening to the discussions here, I sort of discern there's maybe a delta between what our community is and what we want our community to be. Mm-hmm. And I think we need to kind of separate that, because I'll just mention there's probably a difference between where we are and where we think the community should be. I'll just leave it at that.
I think in regards to your last comment, I think this is such a great opportunity to hear from our community, and that's one of the reasons why we're so committed to that engagement process. A few years back, I was at one of the Challenge Success events at Stanford, and there was a similar conversation. We think our community values this, but what do we value as individuals? And so, we may be surprised. Sometimes there's kind of a difference when we think about the individual level and what we value and what we kind of assume is a collective, shared vision. So I think we'll lift some of that out and we'll see where we are. Yeah. Okay. Oh, let's see. Oh, no, that's, okay. Okay. Now this is guiding question 2 is, what are the skills and habits of mind that our children need for success in this rapidly changing and complex world? We'll see if our video will work. Okay, yay.
For all of human history, the primary focus of education has been acquiring more content knowledge. And the only way to get it is through the teacher, right? You don't have to do that anymore. Today, content is ubiquitous. It's free. It's on every internet-connected device. And it's growing exponentially and changing constantly. The world simply no longer cares how much our kids know. What the world cares about is what they can do with what they know, which is a completely different education problem.
When we were growing up, parents and teachers talked about work ethic, that you really had to want to work hard. But it turns out in the 21st century, work ethic isn't good enough. You can't just intend to work hard. You actually have to know what to do next yourself. You have to be motivated, and you have to have knowledge about what is the next step I ought to be taking.
If we can compete with other countries, it's got to be in producing citizens capable of innovative thinking. Not citizens capable of industrial production, not citizens capable of assembling iPads. We're going to lose if that's what we think we're producing. The old blue-collar industrial model of education is already gone. We're already living in its wake.
So what is everyone looking for? They're looking for people who can do critical thinking and problem solving. In order to get an income. Critical thinking and problem solving are really table stakes. They assume you've got that. What everyone's really looking for are people who can not only do their job, but invent, reinvent, and
A recent study by the RAND Corporation found out that among the state tests that are used for accountability, only about 2% of the items on the math tests measure higher order thinking skills. 98% of the items are, can you apply an algorithm and do the procedure? The problem with that is that quite often people who can identify a particular problem format and crank out an answer, or find and guess an answer from a list of 5, which schools spend a lot of time on, cannot reason their way through a mathematical application in the real world.
We have to prepare students to be resilient, to be thinkers, to be collaborators, to be communicators. We have to prepare them in such a different way.
I think there's a sharp trade-off between what can be tested easily on a large scale and what's important in life. Think of a different universe where you're asking kids to invent a science experiment, write a creative essay, come up with an interesting historical perspective on an event they care about. Far more important challenges for a kid, far more aligned with what they need to do in the real world when they graduate. Much harder to test, and very hard to say you got a 731 on this experiment, somebody else got a 627 on the experiment. So that's the existential trade-off we face in education.
Creativity cannot be taught, but it can be killed. Because to me, creativity and entrepreneurship and in the spirit to innovate, they all are human nature. We can enhance it, we can make it better, but more importantly, a lot of times we discourage by forcing people to do what other people think is right, to force people to find answers, not ask questions, to force people to shoot for answers very efficiently, not asking to explore.
There's some really big questions here is, what should we be teaching? Who are our major stakeholders? So getting that consensus among all of the players, the parents, the teachers, the business community, the politicians, of this is what we want our end product to look like. This is what we want the students coming out prepared to do, not just to know. Until you get that aligned, getting tough doesn't matter, because you're getting tough on what?
I would argue that beyond the morality of this issue, it's simply a matter of self-interest for all of us. Because if we don't train and teach and really support children from all these backgrounds, they become our responsibility or our fear. So it's about fear. Because we have to teach them about what we consider most important in our society. This is not about something that would be nice to do. This is about the very essence of our future. This is about who we become as a nation.
Brave souls want to go first? The prompt is on the screen.
I think it's back to grit. It's the determination and perseverance and not being afraid to fail. You learn a lot of lessons through failure in life, and a lot of our kids might be afraid. If they mess up once or they don't make it to their goal once, they give up. And we gotta make sure that we teach them to pick themselves up again and just hop up and try again. Don't just give up because you failed once. Having that perseverance is going to be really important, because the workforce is ever changing. It's always going to be different, and we don't know. That crystal ball is so elusive. We just don't know what they're going to have to do in 20 years. It's going to be very different.
Chef, not to put you on the spot, but what was the name of that last speaker that we had at for technology, talking to parents about? I don't know if you remember the name or if that matters. I think so, at Lawson, but it's okay if you don't remember the name. But the reason I brought that up is because I went to that talk, and it sort of contradicts one thing in this slide, but I also like this video. But what it was saying is that kids are also always hearing us say, like, oh, we need to prepare kids for jobs that don't even exist yet, and everything's changing and all this stuff. But they're saying that's also intimidating to the kids, because lawyers, doctors, plumbers, teachers, gardeners, like all painters, superintendents, like all school board members, like all of those jobs have been around for a long time, and they're still going to be here. So actually framing that conversation and always saying like, we don't know the jobs of the future is actually also a dangerous game and causing stress to and that was said by our own speaker, that it was a national speaker. Did you get the name?
Max Stossel.
Yes, Max Stossel. From what institute was that?
Center for Humane Technology.
Yes, and he said that more eloquently than what I'm saying, but that was his message. So I think that's something we need to prepare them for success in the rapidly changing, complex world, but we can't give them the message that the world is going to be so different that they won't know how to do anything, or they have to have these extremely special skills to be able to succeed when they might be a police officer if that's what their dad was, or
Yeah, I as I was watching that, I was thinking similar thing. I mean, there is so much emphasis on leadership development, but come on, if everyone is a leader, it's going to be a mess. No one wants to do the work. There has to be people, 80% of people have to be content, satisfied to do the repetitive work that get things done. You will need leaders who are leading direction, who lead us to the changing world. But then there are people who are suitable to do the job that's not keep changing, like the building trade. We would need people who are building this. The skills you need to build a building is not going to change too much, and that kind of job will still be there. Yeah, the technology will change a lot. There will be a lot of change for some jobs, but most will stay the same. So we don't want to emphasize there is this technology trend. Everyone is following entrepreneurship and all this, but not all kids is suitable for that. The other 80%, we still need to prepare them for the other 80% of jobs, and they can be happy and successful in that kind of job. So
I think even in the 80% of the jobs that Liang is talking about, they still need problem solving and critical thinking kinds of skills, no matter what they do. So I think those are pretty critical to our education process.
I want to add that I'm not sure I wholly agree with that, the argument, because it is true we don't want to make kids fearful of the world's going to be so different, you have no idea what you're getting into. But the reality is teaching has been around forever. But if teachers are coming into the teaching profession thinking, I'm going to teach the way I was taught when I was a kid, we're in trouble, because we're not getting them ready for the future. It's not that the jobs aren't going to exist. Police are being pushed right now to think differently about what it is to be a policeman or policewoman and how to interact with community. And it used to be not a community interaction, right? So it's not about the jobs themselves. They might have the same titles, but in this world, in this day and age, that is shifting. Honestly, if you just think of what happened in the last 10 years in almost every job that is out there, what is being asked, including teaching, what is being asked of people today is actually really, really different. And so we have to prepare them. We need to prepare teachers to be able to teach at a time when it is shifting for them every single day. So I have a slightly different perspective on it.
No, I agree with you. The nature of the job is different, but to say that we're preparing kids for jobs we don't even know are going to be here, that's not necessarily a great message.
Right, that's what I'm saying. But,
yeah.
but the prompt isn't so much about that, right? It's saying you have to be adaptable for a rapidly changing world, because it is changing rapidly in many. Not that those jobs are going away, but what's required of you is different.
Right, I agree. Yeah.
So I kind of mentioned about my thought in the previous session. Like, I think the public education, first of all, is like to make sure our kids competitive, which is pretty aligned to this question. And I do believe being competitive is not only like academic performance, it's like your mental health, how strong, and your physical health, and how do you interact with other people, or express your own thought, those things, soft skill, or even like how do you effectively complete a chore or something. Like everything can be the ability to create your competitivity. And the other thing I think the purpose for public education is also to maintain the quality of the citizen. Meaning, like, if our public educations fail, then you probably will create a lot of social cost to fix a lot of social issues outside the school system. So I think it's very important to serve those two purposes. But at the same time, right now the artificial intelligence is developing. A lot of things actually isn't. I think the bottom line is, at the end of the day, our kid, which is the end product, they are humans. We are not trying to compete with the robot or try to be everybody is a leader for the world, but how to be competitive, living in their future society, and make sure also prevent to have a more social issue, probably is the purpose of the public education.
So I'm going to push you one more on this, and then we'll move on to the next one. But what you said reminded me of what you were saying in the last round. And so I want to encourage us to think not just about what they need for success in terms of a job, but some of the things that came up in the first round when you were thinking about what success might mean beyond a job, like how kids could contribute to the world.
I just wanted to add one comment as I'm looking at that question, is we have rapidly changing complex. And I think for me, there's a globalized world in there, because I think that's what makes it complex, what makes it changing, right? Because my day job is in research, right? And so the outputs there are papers and patents, and that's a very globalized thing, right? It's basically you get a paper out there and you're competing with everybody else in the world. And so the thing that for me is, the skill set, what Thomas Friedman said in the video really resonated with me when he said it's not about solving the problem. It's really about figuring out what problems to solve. Because I get these young kids out of school and they do everything they're told and they're like, okay, where's my promotion? Because I did everything you asked me to do, and I have to explain to them, that's just getting in the game, right? You're here to define new problems. And for me, having traits around curiosity, and I think a lot of what's said out there is it's really about defining what that job is and not just doing the job. So and for me that just comes from changing, complex, but the fact that this is really one global, the world is flat. So
yeah, and one more point. So I think we are in this fast changing world, but our kids, the current school system put our kids in a school for 18 years before they get into the real world. It didn't used to be like that. It used to be the kids, when they are in 12 years old, they might be already working as apprentice on something. So I wish the school district can, I think Cupertino High has this job shadow program that they got a lot of kids who actually shadow a job and know what it's like, what it takes to do a job, all kinds of different jobs. So I'm thinking if we can get the kids early on to know what kind of jobs are out there, because growing up here, all they know is programmer. They don't know all kinds of, there are so many kinds of different jobs out there they can choose from, but all they know is what their parents are doing.
Well, there are different kinds of programmer too.
Yeah.
Exposure and mentorship,
yeah, exposure to mentorship of different kind of trades, different kind of career paths, like even public service. I think this is a big sector of public agency work, social services. A lot of kids don't even know that's a really rewarding path they can look at. So,
I have just one other thing. I think we need to help our kids learn how to manage stress. A lot of the social ills that we see now, alcoholism, drug abuse, domestic violence, divorce, I think a lot of that is a result of people who have stressful jobs or a lot of stress in their lives. So I think as we look at the social emotional things that we do for our kids, stress management is a big piece of that.
I'll just add, as a skill, balance, learning how to balance between those things. I think that's a life skill.
So echoing what Jerry was saying, sorry. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, to have kids that's critical thinker. I read an article that I think it's Israel. It says Israeli parents, when the kids come home, they ask, "What questions did you ask in school? Not what answers did you, what problems did you answer, but what questions did you ask?" That's maybe something.
One more. Yeah, okay, quick. To understand the difference between short-term and long-term, that a lot of this, the life skill in it that we should be teaching is that sometimes it's about the long game. I think in this area, we get really caught up in those short-term, if you're, in that transition from elementary school to middle school, it's about what your math placement is, and we get so caught up in the detail and in the minutia sometimes as the end goal, rather than what those things mean in the bigger picture. That one of the ways to maybe have it all is to not have it all at once, and that sometimes it's about pacing yourself and being open to experiencing different things at different times to define what success is, rather than having everything all at once.
Okay, so our third question is, what are the implications for learning experiences and also our learning environments here in CUSD? And this is the Adaptable Mind video. And we will get this one going. This one's a little longer, so we'll see if we might want to. Is that okay? Oh. Oh.
What's a great example of a 21st century mind in action?
I heard about a 25-year-old woman inventing monsters.
Scientist who was born in Ethiopia now he's using satellites to predict drought.
I really like that story about the Birmingham coup.
Our question prompted all these responses about amazing technological breakthroughs and innovations. And then we heard one story that opened a door to a new way of thinking. It's about an art professor in Los Angeles named Mary Beth, who was watching the news around the Ebola crisis in West Africa and thought, wait a second, these patients must be so scared and lonely, and the only humans they're seeing are covered in these huge imposing suits.
In every report that I heard on the Ebola epidemic, they mentioned the frightening suits.
I imagine, what would it be like to be a patient to not see a person's face for days on end? I found myself almost saying out loud, why don't they put photos on the outside? Why don't they just put photos on?
And finally, I thought, maybe I'm the one who's meant to do that.
And we were so moved because the way Mary Beth's story unfolds shines a light on a larger shift we're seeing in the world. As technologies are rapidly changing how we do everything, certain skills are becoming less valuable, the need to memorize, perform routine tasks, and soon even the need to drive, while others are becoming more valuable. So what exactly are the skills that prepare us for a world that's constantly changing? Of course, there's a lot of conversation around this question. What should we be focusing on in school and in life? There's the importance of science, technology, engineering, and math. I like to throw in art and humanities. So not STEM, not STEAM, but STEAM. There's also amazing new evidence-based research proving that there's another set of skills we need that aren't in textbooks yet.
Oh my God.
So as we learned more about Mary Beth's story and delved deep into how it connected to all the different schools of thought, the hard skills, the soft skills, the life skills, the cognitive, the non-cognitive, we found 5 skills, strengths, qualities, whatever you want to call them, and yes, it's another list, that seem to be at the core of thriving in today's world. So if you want to know what they are, or how Mary Beth's story relates to any of them, you're already practicing the first one, curiosity.
The news kept puncturing my consciousness. I started reading more extensively about West African culture, about filoviruses. I mentally just started problem solving.
In our 24/7 world where we're inundated with information from all directions, 3 billion Google searches a day, 300,000 tweets every minute, curiosity is the difference between skimming the surface of all those links and truly engaging. And not just looking for what's already out there, but also for ideas that aren't already out there. New research from UC Davis showed that when our curiosity is piqued, the brain activates regions associated with learning, memory, and even reward. It basically turns our minds into very happy sponges. And while there's a lot of fear out there that technologies are replacing what we do, our curiosity is one of the things that makes humans unique from machines, but not from animals. Machines follow rules very well, follow a designated pathway. But our minds are built to constantly adapt, to ask questions that create unexpected pathways, pathways that lead to even more curiosity. And those questions you ask and pathways you open also lead to creativity, our second skill.
And my immediate response was to look around me, take what was available, and repurpose it for that use.
We often think about creativity as part of art, but it's important in absolutely every context. Taking different research and finding connections, a new synthesis, a new idea. Harvard psychologist Howard Gardner says creativity is liberating human energy. And in today's world, creativity is so key because you have so much information at your fingertips that getting that information is not the biggest challenge. In fact, more and more, the world is going to expect that you're curious enough to do that. It's how you bring your own unique perspective to connect ideas in new ways that's going to differentiate you. Research now shows that some of your most creative thoughts happen when your mind is left to wander, when you daydream, exercise, even when you're doing the dishes. But no matter how many creative ideas you have to do something with them. Which brings us to the third skill we need in today's world, taking initiative.
I wrote scores of letters to anybody that I could think of. Many responded positively, in fact most responded positively, but getting someone to commit to partner was the most difficult part.
If you don't take initiative, your ideas will float into a sea of billions of thoughts being generated around you every day. And in order to begin and get something done, we use an incredible amount of things like intuition, judgment, discerning which ideas to act on, knowing when to shift directions or approach. Taking initiative also means knowing when to reach out to people. What would an artist think about your idea? What about a scientist? What about somebody from another country? Which is really about multidisciplinary thinking.
I reached out to epidemiologists, doctors, public health, NGOs, even anthropologists asking, what do you think of this idea? How could I improve it?
There's so much talk today about how we're distracted by multitasking, but what we really need to be doing more of is multi-asking. Across ages, races, genders, cultures, and disciplines. We think of the mind as private, and there's so much value in solo thinking, but there are also so many ways that the mind is public, this communal organ to communicate, to transfer ideas, and to collaborate. And collaborating, just like everything else about being human, can be messy. It takes understanding what you know and what you don't know. So the next time that you're collaborating, how can you make sure that your mind is really open to being changed? It really comes down to empathy.
I imagine what it would be like to be a patient, to be taken away from your family, taken away by somebody wearing this frightening suit. And then there's the view from the healthcare worker side. You have your human tool to have patients accept your care, gone.
MIT researcher Rebecca Sachs suggests that this skill of sensing the motives and feelings of others really begins developing around the age of 5 and has the potential to grow stronger throughout life. But just like the rest of these skills, empathy takes practice. Looking people in the eye, truly trying to understand where they're coming from, taking the time to know the names and stories of people you interact with daily. And it's It seems as our world has become more and more connected, we have to remember that connecting broadly is meaningless unless we connect deeply. In fact, a 3 decades-long study of college students has found that empathy levels in our culture have dropped dramatically. It's clearly time to refocus. Empathy is at the core of our ability to communicate, to work together, to be part of our rapidly changing world, which is where you come in. For most of human history, we survived by creating an agricultural economy. 200 years ago, we shifted to an industrial economy. Just 50 years ago, we initiated the knowledge economy. And today, we're approaching another seismic shift. Some people are calling the human economy. So here we talk to scientists, friends, researchers, Mary Beth, and here's the part that we found most fascinating and hopeful. The skills we need most in today's world in any profession boil down to being human. Basically, the qualities that machines don't have. Eventually, through hundreds of connections, obstacles, and breakthroughs, Mary Beth was introduced to a doctor in Liberia who landed her an official invitation to begin work in their Ebola clinics.
I love patients so much, you see, I love the food too.
These skills have been the engine of innovation and survival since the beginning of civilization. But we've arrived at a time when your human skills are just as important as your knowledge. So what can you offer? Who's ready?
It's really fun, but in the interest of time, we'll keep it going. Yeah, so what came up for you as you were watching that and thinking about this question?
Anyone still awake? Yeah.
They talked about the difference between multitasking and multi-asking. That really resonated with me. I think because I see that as maybe a trait of a lifelong learner. If you're willing to ask, it means you've got that curiosity piece they were talking about. It means you're open rather than maybe closed. So I feel like if we're talking about, implications for learning experiences, those are things we want to cultivate in our kids. And I guess because we're talking, it says environments too. I think it's not just in the kids, it's in the classrooms, creating environments that are open and flexible and adaptable and that really are places to facilitate those traits in kids.
I have confusion here. So when we're talking about humanity, when we're talking about curiosity and all other things, we all born like that, right? Montauk asking, like a toddler always asks, why, and what is this, what is that, empathy and all kind of thing. We all born like that. For some reason, when we be the adult, we start losing that ability. I don't know what's happened.
Well, boy, that's a pretty heavy statement, but I would actually say for me, my experience of school was that it was beating out of me a lot of the things that I had when I was younger. And in fact, those of us who spoke other languages as kids, it's one of the only places you go to stop learning the language that you know. What a weird thing in education that, right, it takes your language away from you, not adding something. But that's how we made our schools. So getting back to what are the environments that would have engaged somebody like me, who was very disengaged in school as a young person, but who had the capacity to do what you need to do to be successful in school, right? And so I think that what you're asking is a really critical question, which is, are our schools today designed not to remove from kids certain curiosity, creativity, innovation, but how do you
Happiness or-
pull it out?
yeah.
What are we doing? And can you do that in the walls of a classroom, for example? Is that really the best way today to pull out that curiosity and help people grow it and in a global world that is complex, right? That's exactly what this exercise is meant to question.
Yeah, it's odd how I think I grew up in the most traditional and I was very shy, never raised my hands. But now, when I went my kids to like Boy Scout trips and those trips, I have more questions than those kids. A lot of times I'm wondering, how come they don't have questions? I have tons of questions to ask, but I don't know how. So it didn't, the school, yes, during the school time, I was suppressed, I guess, but it didn't really kill my curiosity. I'm always curious. Now it's just come back when the environment is right. And maybe it takes practice. I don't know. It's just, yeah. And another thing, I guess, in terms of environment, we should provide for our students the global world, and we have that technology to bring our kids to the global world. A lot of times, I feel our kids in Cupertino is isolated. They are in a society. They all only know some people who are all doing the same kind of jobs. Even just within Silicon Valley, they don't know how other people live. And some people need to work multiple jobs, and some kids grew up in a neighborhood that they don't feel safe. What kind of world is that? They don't know, but it's right here in California. They don't even know. So can we use this kind of technology or something to build up their empathy so they can see there are so many different kids who are not as lucky as they are, and they need to know that firsthand. I wish there could be some exchange program to give them firsthand experience to see how other people live.
So, yeah, Will.
So what's stopping us from saying it? You're not restricted to the classroom or a tablet to see what's going on. What's stopping us? Is it liability? Is it insurance? Why can't they go and work a food bank? Why can't they go out to the city and see the museums? Why can't we do more field trips? Is it budget? Is it strictly we can't afford it? I mean, what's stopping us from getting them out there?
Or maybe like have a buddy class in another area of.
Before we get to the solving how we would do it, I would say part of the problem is until you agree as a community that this is a priority, that we have to do something different, you won't put the dollars toward those things and stop putting it toward other things. So this is the power of having this sort of strategic plan, is that it starts to push you to rethink where we allocate resource so that we can put it toward the things that we think actually prepare them for their future. That's the purpose of it.
So I had a comment at what are the learning experiences and environments. So I'm agreeing with Will and Liang about what you were saying about why are we stuck inside the classroom. But in the beginning, when they were talking about the Ebola virus and the news, and I was remembering, like, when I was a kid, my dad used to always have the news on, and then whatever was happening, like, I would see it, and we talk about it, and, like, now my 16-year-old son, like, if I say, come watch the news with me, he's like, oh, I get my news from memes, like Apple Funnies, I already know what's going on, but, so I think that it's, the part about the environments is also we have these free, if it's not budget, like external environments, like the parents at home but we need to like re-engage the community to like tap into those environments that are already there and tap into the community, realizing the importance of the parents and the community of that how they can engage the kids at home. So that's an important learning experience for kids too, because I think a lot of that's gone away.
So somehow seeing the letter CUSD there triggered my engineer hat. So I started thinking about one around assessments, right? Some of these traits that they're talking about. How will we assess it? And how will we do it? You know, public education is one of those things with a lot of rules behind it. And so how do we be able to do this and assess it in a way that satisfies whatever requirements we have? So that was one. And then the discussion here about, I started thinking if my mom were to see this video, and I told her this is what I want for my kids, I know what she's going to say. She's going to say, get these foolish ideas out of your head. You got to study. You got to do da-da-da so you can get a job. And, you know, this is for people who have, you know, it's a very old school kind of thinking. And then I started thinking about, you know, how much of that does that reflect of our current, not just parent community, maybe the community in general. And so, you know, we have the implications for learning experience and environment. And I think there's another item on there about, I don't know if it's educating the community, which is kind of that synchronization also needs to happen. So it's not just in the classroom, but really outside the classroom, the community as well. So.
So maybe this is more like what kind of future of education, I think, or past education, in fact. I think the current school system, kids are separated by grade level. They usually don't make friends even with one person who is one grade up or down. But that's not the natural way it used to be, or the real world act. And once they get in the real world, they are going to make friends from all kinds of, and that's was the advantage of homeschool. I looked into that. You have more opportunity to even make friends with an adult. I wish we can provide more that kind of environment. Let kids make friends with friends in other grades and even different age. Even with a senior, they can make ageless friends. Can we provide that kind of environment? And another thing is, I've seen that there are schools that are experimenting a kind of learning model that every morning, every kid set their own learning goal. For today, this is what I want to learn. And they don't have to all do math at the same time. They don't have to all. Some kids might want to do math the whole day on Monday. And then but then as long as they reach their learning goal for that week, that's fine for that kids. With technology, that's possible right now. And also we want to teach the kids to be lifelong learner. And I think that's also another new way probably we should look at is on-demand learning. Kids, right now we have a set of standards. 4th grade, you have to learn that. 5th grade, you have to learn that. But then there are technology out there. A kid might want to just self-learn and then learn 4th grade math in 2 months, 5th grade math in another 2 months. Some kids might be able to do that, and they should be allowed or even encouraged to do that. But some kids might take 2 years. I spoke to one homeschool mom. She has 2 kids. One kid took 2 years to learn geometry. The other kid took 3 months. And that kind of thing should be possible with our technology right now. But then our current school structure is not structured that way. Just throwing out the idea.
So I wonder if it might be time to share the comments that came from the All Management Advance. Are we ready for that? I'm hearing lots of overlap, so I'm eager to put those out in front of you. Okay, and then I'll advance this. Oh no, not to the next video. Okay, so as I'm getting those to you, we're really just giving you a chance to flip through it. I want to just let you know we had a lot of people in the room. It was a full room. And we were moving between the tables, so we had a mix of our certificated and classified management. And every time we did a rotation, the groups mixed up, which was great, and it resulted in 12 pages of comments, which I don't know if we can actually, read everything, so just go for the skim, and then you can, take it with you, and this is gonna be an ongoing conversation. I don't know if we can read every single bullet, but we'll get the gist, because there's a lot of overlap, and these are just the raw comments. So it's just, however it showed up on the chart paper, we just put it on the paper there, and, you can take a look at what was there. Yeah, thanks.
Okay.
Thank you. So we're kind of looking for what feels the same and what was something that came up that did not come up in our conversation today that we want to call out. So I think we had about, I think it was 60, is that right? Almost 80, yeah, I knew it was a lot. So it was, all the principals and assistant principals, all of the, every manager. So, the manager of transportation and all of us. Yes, school nutrition and all of the directors and all of EC, everybody who's a manager across every team and department. Ready to see what was popping out? So far, anyway, what comes up as you read over those comments?
Yeah, we will be going through more thoroughly and looking at the things you said today and those, and we'll do the analysis and pull it together. So the point right now is really just on a very high level. Does anything stand out as being wildly different, or was it surprisingly similar or not? You know, just some real broad sense of it, and we'll bring back for further analysis the rest.
Empathy is in almost every question.
One that really jumped out at me was a critical consumer. You know, we're always hearing critical thinking and problem solving, but critical consumer, not just thinking retail, what you're buying, but what you're putting in your body, what you're eating. Like a lot of that one kind of jumped out at me pretty big. And it all ties back into that balance. You know, if you eat what's right, you're going to have a happier life. You're going to be healthier down the road. Personally, I'm struggling with diabetes. You know, if I knew pasta and bread was bad for me when I was a kid, I wouldn't have ate so much, right? And like teaching that stuff early on is important. And so critical consumption, that one really jumped out at me.
I saw in here, which I don't think we touched on in maybe this level, there's a lot around kind of the concept of humility, reflection, self introspection, and you know, as a theme that I don't think we really, I don't remember that as something we hit on. And then the other thing is, we're back to our all really means all and access for all. I think one thing in a couple years of board meetings that I've noticed now is it's not the aspect, but is one aspect of data that I would have expected to hear that I don't hear come back is looking at things through the lens of, are we meeting the needs of our different, frankly, genders? You know, that sometimes there are
You
issues.
wanna talk into the
Oh, sorry,
microphone,
that
sure.
there are sometimes issues that might affect boys more in our educational system. You know, it would be interesting to see, do we need to have a discussion around, let's say, discipline and behavior and how that maybe affects or doesn't affect, I don't know, our genders differently, or access to higher level science and math, or it just seems like there's a lot of things as we think through not only the academic skills but also the soft skills that if all really does mean all, we've talked a lot about what that means maybe from a socioeconomic standpoint or from a English language learner standpoint, but maybe digging a little bit into other identities, ways of looking at data.
So it's just another idea, maybe not from here. It's conflict resolution. How do we deal with conflict? And how do you, I think a lot of times the managerial skills, how do you deal with people of different personalities and still reach a common ground even when you disagree? Yeah.
Just want to kind of emphasize the happy and enjoy life. I think it kind of imply like you have the ability to live the life you want and also be comfortable where you at. Otherwise, how can you have happy and enjoy your life, right? So we kind of prep the kid to have that ability to have the life they want. And no matter is being an engineer or being a gardener or just be the happy wife or happy husband or happy adult, that's just, and be comfortable about their decision.
I think one thing when Jerry was saying earlier, like there's a difference between like what our community is doing and what we want them to do. And like, I liked your guided questions, but I liked them more after I saw this paper because I can see how the three connect. Like the first one is kind of, you know, what are our hopes and then for our kids, and the second one is what do our kids need? And third one is what can CUSD do? So it took me a little while to catch on, but I like it. So, but what I was going to say is like, it's so true. Like the second one answer is like, what are our hopes for the community? Like when the all management wrote the bullet, Ivy League, Stanford, exclamation, it's sort of, whatever. It's not, it might not be what they need, but it's the hopes of the community. So I think it really captures that difference between what is our community currently hoping and what might we aspire to later. So I like it. Thank you.
Thank you for saying that too, because I think when we use this with others, we could front load the 3 questions, in the slides so people can kind of know what's coming, make those connections along the way.
I'll just, I guess, maybe follow on what Soma was sharing. When I saw these first couple of answers up here, Ivy League stand for academic success, I guess so this was district management. So I think this is district management's view of what our community is looking for. And I think depending on who you talk to, it could be true, it could be not also, but that was a little surprising to me, I think, because I think we joke about it, all the parents talk about this, but I don't think, there's a saying, right, that 90% of the kids in the district are not in the top 10%, right? Okay. And and so it's some of a lot of the points made earlier. It's really about you're doing the right thing for all the kids and not just the ones at the top. So that sort of shocked me a little when I first saw the first couple of entries up here.
Yeah, and I would say that the conversations were shifting between kind of what people felt the community wanted and then what we wanted as part of the community, our broad kind of district community. So it's kind of both are reflected in the bullets. Yeah.
Especially the first set that we did, and over time it became.
I wonder if when you begin to bring focus groups together, however you're going to collect input from the community, I wonder if we're going to find that this is true, that there's a divergence between what the community wants and what we believe is right for kids. It will be interesting to see how that falls out.
Yes.
If our perceptions of the community are correct.
Yeah. And also, I think we might want to do a little parent education too, because as parents, we really don't know what the career or the job, what kind of skills our kids might need. We think they should be good in math. Some parents are very anxious when their kids didn't get into advanced math. But then there are kids who didn't go into advanced math, but then they find out they love math, they actually major in math in college. There are all kinds of case study like that. Kids who are in advanced math never touch math afterwards. So I think probably we should collect case studies of different successful paths. A lot of kids, they become very good successful, but then they took different paths because that winding path actually gave them different skill set, which would make them successful for finally the job they eventually have. But parents need a lot more information about this case study so they feel comfortable. They also feel they are happy with where their kids are at. Not only the kids need to be happy, the parents need to be happy with where their kids are at. And as we do the visioning process, I hope we also educate the parents.
Yeah, so let's talk about that, how we're going to engage parents and the full community along the way. And we also want to lay out when we're going to come back to you as, for more input along the way. So I'm going to turn it over to Leslie now, and we'll.
So last year we presented a timeline to you, and so today we're going to talk a little bit more about the timeline, talk to you, about the plan and purpose. And so I'm going to walk you through this. Our goal initially was that we would complete the process in a year. And what we may find out is that as we're going out to the community and we're engaging with stakeholder groups and the board and staff, that we certainly don't want to rush a process. And so although we know what our first step is going to be, the following steps will really be dependent upon what information are we gathering, what are we synthesizing, and what do we as a group believe then is that most logical next step. So what I'll walk you through is a timeline that Allison and I worked on. It's called sort of a focus and a flare concept. So you've got your focus and then you flare. And the flare is really that whole stakeholder engagement piece. One of the other goals of this is that we want to make sure that when we finalize the strategic plan and when it is board approved, that our community can say it's our strategic plan. It's not the board's strategic plan. It's not something that they came up with or the principals without input, that we understand it, we own it, we live it and buy into it. And I do think we will be surprised along the way. I am always surprised when I do parent education sessions where I go in with this perception that maybe their thinking is different than mine, or maybe we're aligned in thinking. And our parent community blows me away every time I do that. We may have a picture in our mind of what we think they're going to say and believe, and they share something different. And so my thought is I think we will have more commonalities in our thinking than probably differences. Because what we do know is our parents care deeply about their kids, and they care deeply about their success, and they want to ensure that we together work towards that success. So I think we'll go to the next. It's a bit of a busy slide, so let me walk you through it. So if you follow the numbers, we're good to go. So
before you do, I just to clarify your first point, which was really critical about it might take longer.
Yep.
But what we put together was the one-year plan that we think if things go swimmingly well and there's amazing agreement and we're in good shape, we can do this in a year, which is what you're presenting.
Yep.
But with the notion that we have to be open to saying at some point, do we need to let this go a little bit longer, because we don't want to give short shrift to the conversation, because ownership of this broadly is really, really critical. Yeah.
And then one of the things, if you go back again, sorry, Allison, that I didn't mention is that throughout this process, we are going to pull in a steering committee that is going to help us when we get to that time of focus, that they will help us look at the information, synthesize the information. They'll give us some guidance or some ideas on what do you think we need to do next with this information when we flare out again, that we will bring back to the Board of Education before we go off and flare. And so we're hoping, the composition of this steering committee, we're looking at seeing, is there a board member that is interested in being part of this steering committee with us? We're looking at elementary school parent, a middle school parent, a stakeholder, a parent, from, or an individual from the community at large, principal composition. So we'll sort of flesh that out for you. Our goal is to get that steering committee up and going in the next month, so that when we've flared, this is our first flare with you, we're going to do a similar flare with our community, that they're ready to go to help us focus and strategize what that next flare will be. Okay.
Are you also going to hire a consultant? There was some talk about that at one time. Have you made a decision?
So we talked about, once we go through a full round of flare and focus, that part of what the steering committee will consider, should we for the next round use a facilitator, and maybe even have a facilitator as part of the analysis team with that steering committee to help with that part, but not necessarily be engaged in all of the processes along the way. So we want to get through, because we did this and it's been successful to get things rolling. We felt that was good to do with a broad community first, the first round of flare, come together and then look at it. And I do think I'm going to want to bring in somebody, frankly, but I think we should make that decision as we go at this point. Yeah.
So the steering committee will be a board-appointed open committee, or public can attend?
I imagine it being a
no?
staff decision that we'll just, and again, this is not a representative group. That's not what we're doing. They are not representing their sites, or that's what, because when you do a flare, you're going out to everybody. So everybody is involved, and you are hearing from everyone. The steering committee is to help us take all the stuff that we just heard, bring it together, bring it back to the board for a discussion before we go out and do another flare. So, and that's why we're calling it a steering
So we don't
committee.
expect the public to be able to attend, even if they want to
I don't
listen?
think it'll be a problem. I mean,
Oh,
it gets logistically problematic, so I don't want it to stop what we're doing, because it's not critical for that group it's not representative, you know what I'm saying? It's not critical.
And it's not a decision-making
it's-
group.
No, it's a work group to say, okay,
Work group.
what should we do next? They're not writing the thing, they're not
So
giving
I
new
want to
input.
clarify because the last CAC for the enrollment, they were told they were sworn to confidentiality in the first meeting.
This group will not
So
be.
just want to be
No, because they're only gonna be looking at
clear.
information and data that have been discussed
Right.
broadly with everybody.
Yeah,
There's nothing
so-
new, right?
Okay,
So,
yeah.
yeah, there's, it'll be a work group that we put together. If people say they wanna listen in, fine, they can show up, but we're not gonna worry about that.
And the composition of that steering committee is actually the composition of the individuals that we're flaring with. So for example, we flared with our management team. We want a person from management there. We flared with our board. We want a board representative. We flared with our parents in the community, with our PAC, with our DAC, with our, with all of our different stakeholder groups. And then you've got a representative from each of those groups that can come and help synthesize.
I want to caution against using a representative from
I'm
each
sorry,
group.
a person.
Because that
Yeah.
implies that they are there to represent that
Thank
group, and they're not. They're there as individuals,
Right.
human beings who are involved that we are asking because we want more diversity in the group to come together and help us think about the next step. Not representative, really, really critical. Because as soon as we go representative, they're gonna say, well, can I go, who's in, who's out? That's not the point of it. If you wanna participate, it is open to you, not this group, all groups. This is not a closed process, it's very open.
So with that, our first flare is, one would be for us to identify the steering committee with a variety of individuals. Our first step would be to explore the portrait of the graduate, like we did with management, like we did here, and then begin to do this similar activity with our different stakeholder groups. So individuals that we would flare with, board, all management, our school communities, our staff, our parents, our committees such as our wellness committee, our PAC and DLAC, our BAC, a community at large doing some sort of a town hall structure where we would do a similar exercises today. And then also working with our students. And there's a couple different ways that we would work with students. And I think we need to sit down and talk to our principals to find out what is the best way to show maybe these videos, maybe not, ask them questions like we did today. We can do it through a survey format, through thought exchange. We did focus groups before that gave us great feedback and information that guided us. And so we know that we have to have a student perspective. Our goal would be that during the months of August through October, we would be flaring and we would be collecting this information. We'd pull together that steering committee to help us look through that information and look to see what's coming to the surface, like Allison was saying, what's bubbling to the surface that's common across all groups. We bring back, and so the focus, it shifts us into that focus time, meeting with the steering committee, synthesize, identify themes, and then part of that is also how do we take the information that we collected and share it out to the community so that they know that it is a transparent process and they hear or can see or follow what information we're collecting along the way. Within that time at the December board advance, we'll have an opportunity to share the beginning of what are we hearing. It's hard for us to say exactly what it's going to look like because we don't know what it's going to look like based on the information that we're collecting. When we come back to you in December, we will have a pretty good plan at this is what we've heard and this is where we think we'd like to go next, or this is the activity, or here are the questions we want to do next with our stakeholder groups, and then we flare again. You'll have an opportunity at that December meeting to say, you know what, that makes sense to us, or maybe we need to shift our thinking, or have you thought about this? And so we'll have some time to play with your input based on what we've collected. We flare again February through March, where we're going to be re-engaging our stakeholders, similar groups of stakeholders, testing ideas, and hopefully, if we're, like Craig was saying, we may get it done in a year, we may not. We may be at that point being able to come up with, here are the themes that we're seeing, here are the pillars of our plan, or we may not. We may not be ready for that because we have some unanswered questions or areas that we need to dig a little bit deeper in. Board Advance in March will bring back to you the contents of the flare. It will have again been synthesized by our steering committee. And then we will continue to focus. We're envisioning multiple iterations of the data that we've collected based on continual dialogue with stakeholders and with the board. Potentially, we could have a strategic plan draft ready in June. We may or may not. Again, it's a loose timeline. It's this.
I do think, if I'm remembering correctly, we considered that maybe no matter what, we can have a draft of whatever we've done so far in some kind of drafty enough form. But that doesn't mean we're done with the plan, right? But I do think we can commit to, by the end of the year, minimally, wherever we are at that time, we'll put it together, with a big draft watermark all over it, something like that. Yeah.
So that's your fifth flare, is gathering that information, sort of sharing what that plan looks like with our stakeholders and saying, does this fit? Does it not fit? Does this reflect what we've been having conversations about all year long? And then over the summer and into the August through September is, once again, meeting with that steering committee, maybe finalizing, fine-tuning, tweaking that strategic plan. And, if this accordion process is able to be completed between August and September, we may be ready to bring that finalized strategic plan. I think the one thing is, you're going to know when we're ready. We're going to be taking your guidance all along, because our conversations will become more streamlined, will become more focused. There'll be more agreement along the way, where we then have created a plan that, wait a minute, we are finally at a place where this reflects the thinking of our community as a whole. So with that, I think we're going to shift to...
So Leslie, I'm going to jump in. So
Absolutely.
we still have closed session after this. So in this next part, I think we already asked a bunch of clarifying questions. I just want from my fellow board members like a thumbs up if you're generally okay with this plan. This is not the last time we're going to hear about this. Thumbs up if you're okay with the plan. Okay, good. Thank you. So we're good with the strategic plan. We're not going to have too much discussion, but we do want to do, what does the success look like? And our brilliant note taker, Allison, can you? So just talk about if...
It might be a simple one.
yeah, right. What does success look like for this strategic plan? So again, from the board members, any brainstorms we can just put on here.
Maybe we could start with, in terms of a product, how good is good enough in terms of this school year time frame? Is it a completed document, or is it at least a solid draft of something by the end of the school year? From a product perspective, what's the...
Success will be getting the community excited about a bright future for CUSD, and people are all talking about this, whether we have a product or not, but then we are all talking about it.
I think the value is less in the product and more in the conversations that occur around the product. So I would not be so ambitious as to set a date for a final, but I would say some sort of a draft would be appropriate for June, but not necessarily a final product, because you don't know. I mean, you don't know what you're going to run into as you meet these groups and hear from them. But I think the process is a really important part.
So evidence of excited, engaged community in this process.
Lots of positive stuff on Nextdoor. How's that?
About Cooper Doodle and the strategic plan and STEAM. Kristen, did you have anything?
Yeah, I agree with both Leanne and Phyllis. And I think the timeline looks pretty reasonable and thorough. And I think the process should basically really follow through each steps to make sure we do the diligent work. on putting the direction for the district. It's not necessary to be ready by the 4/26 of 2019 board events, but like we should make sure all the steps happen in the right way.
Okay, one more,
Do you have
Liang. Yeah,
something?
success.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I wish that in terms of stakeholders, we consider alumni who actually are graduates and how they are doing in the real world, and they can give us feedback on what works, what doesn't. And alumni parents, they can give us feedback what we can do better. And also, this is a great opportunity to engage them so they can donate to SEEF and to this district. They will get excited about the future, and then that might be another success measure. We get them engaged, re-engaged with the school district.
Thank you. Okay, so did you have anything else from the staff side?
I don't think so. I would just need to thank everybody. My team put a lot of time and energy, effort, and thanks for facilitating everybody. And I think that's it.
Yeah, thank you for our community members for joining us. And yeah, and so we are going to, I didn't look at the agenda, but should we, is there something before adjourning to closed session?
Yeah, any
Future agenda items.
Is that before the close? Okay. So what number is that?
7.1.
Okay, 7.1 future agenda items. Anyone? I do that every meeting once. Do it today, yeah. Do it. Okay, so we will, let me check the time. 2:28, so we'll adjourn to closed session. And I think we're going to go right across the hall here for a little bit, and then we'll come back in if you want to join.
Yeah, and what about the question of orders?
So I was thinking, I don't know if they want to do that today. Yeah, start in there and see. Yeah.
If they want to see.
Yeah.
tell them.
Yeah.
Okay, very good.
Right, right. Yeah.
But you don't just
To see that. Okay, good, perfect.
Okay, it's 3:03 and we are back from closed session. There's nothing to report. And at 3:04, we're adjourning this meeting. Thank you.